Hello, all of you rolling beans out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Zim, and this is Ascent to Ascend Pathfinder. Season 4, Episode 12, An Unexpected Boon. We shall begin, as always, with introductions, beginning with the pedantic one, the Underdragon himself, Taldarius.
Setting counter to 0.
It doesn't need to change. Hello,
No,
I'm
there was one
Taldarius.
day we had one. We had
No,
one.
It
I
happened
get to
yesterday.
take it off.
No, it
We
happened
had at least
yesterday,
one
too.
day though. We had one day. Timber takes down the sacred one and locks it away back in the Empress's vault where it'll never be seen again.
Don't worry, Timber. It'll never get to the point where he can't count it. All right, but yes, I'm Darius, and I'm the storyteller for Ascent to Ascend.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Normally, that's all I say. Normally, I just say that I'm the storyteller. I don't do the big fancy stuff.
Fair enough. Tochemay.
I'm Tochemay, and I'm playing Gar, the Gnoll Barbarian.
I don't think Kerr's back yet.
He is sitting out today, at least for the time being. I am Zim, and I play the Marten twins, a pair of sentient feral martens. They are Lycos and Lakos. And they are psionics. Technically incanters, but, you know, psionic incanters. Off to you, Moriarty. I
How
see
long until he
Moriarty
notices that
is
he's
getting...
muted?
Oh, is he muted?
Yeah, he'll figure it out.
I was just assuming he was getting busy with his new girlfriend.
So, Darius, I would like to request one lightning bolt.
No.
Well, go ahead, Tanya.
No. Moriarty goes first.
He's not here at the moment, so let's continue on with the session, and we'll come back to him if he comes back.
Rosalia Natu Cygnus, being played by Tanya Sabian. I am the Necromancer.
And our missing one is Moriarty the Fox Bard. He is playing the Fox Bard, and he is currently under Rosalia's desk.
Let's try to be nice by not making that joke anyway.
His mouth is a little
That's
busy.
hot.
Off to you, Timber.
Alright, well, hello, I'm Timble. I'm playing Timbledore Jägermeister von Glorious Pokeball Wolfenstein. I'm a Wolven Paladin and a big boy.
Alright, a time for everybody's favorite segment, the Timber Recap. Also known as
Alrighty.
Coloring with Timber.
Coloring with Timble. I should really make like a little commission of all piece with Timble. Happy little accidents.
There's
Okay,
just blood everywhere.
Yeah, he's painting with blood. Let's see. Alright, so, previous episode. I woke up. I was no longer a rat. It was a glorious day. I go outside, and I see that everyone is gone. Except for, like, apparently over the night when I was sleeping, the reports that came in was, well, apparently Rosalia has the hots for Moriarty. But I don't blame her. Anyways, they were having a meeting in room far away from everyone. And then Kemo went in, and Tim was looking at his report. You know, he's like lifting the sheets and he's kind of scratching his head. Something happened, and then he threw her outside and she got all wet. And I guess it came back? I don't know.
One might say that she got all moist.
Yeah. Something like that. But anyways, the next day we go back into town and we lose the Marten twins. Everyone kept lying to me about how they see them, but obviously nothing gets past the high perception of a wannabe Inquisitor, for I always find what I'm looking for.
Timber, look, there they are.
Anyways, I was interrogating all of the citizenry, and Rose and Moriarty were fighting like a couple, which is kind of weird because where I'm from, usually I get bonked upside the head with a warhammer. But anyways, we finally, get into Greeves' place by kicking open the door, and the Marten twins are running away for some reason. I tried to catch them. I was unable to catch them. I'll get them next time. Anyways, people got stuff from Greeves, made some deals, and we went back to the boat.
I forgot to update the tip goal.
Right,
That was
Tanuki can
supposed
be a
to
part of
for
this.
Timber, but it works for you too.
I think it works out better that way.
Don't worry, the donation goal is already filled. By Tanuki the Knight.
Oh, that's a quick aside. The locking pouch. What was still in it after Greaves took his share?
Yeah,
My
so
soul.
we.
Wait, was that Moriarty finally back?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah.
Hey, do your intro.
Oh. Let me get up to the microphone here. Hello, I'm Moriarty McCann. I'm dead now.
You're not dead.
I'm dead on
You're
the inside,
undead.
and that's what matters.
I mean, I realize that Rosalia may not be the freshest down there, but you're not dead.
Oh my fucking god!
Wow.
Oh my fucking god! Okay, Zim.
What?
I am one reference away from red ruling you.
Red rum?
Red rule.
Mordor!
Did encourage me to be quite naughty.
What Tochemay said.
I mean, the red
Anyways.
rule only means that you can't be influenced into that way. Doesn't say anything about
I'm-
us not being able to make references.
Still waiting on that lightning bolt, so Darius.
Again,
Yeah,
not
but-
coming.
Well,
I am. quite the
I'm-
negligent god.
Well, your patron's Hades, not Zeus. Just saying.
About to hit you with that 360 uwu.
So yeah, now that Moriarty's crawled out from under Rosalia's desk, let's get started.
Yeah.
Canon Guo's religious intent.
We'll let Moriarty fill in the recap for the parts that Timber missed.
Tastes gamey.
Excellent.
Hilarious, please.
No, it's not happening.
I feel like the joke is actually like hitting its cutoff point here.
I mean, probably, but we're just about to start the actual session, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Moriarty, get in here.
What? In where?
In the place. You're not with us. You're not
Oh,
on
right.
deck.
That, yes.
Timber is jealous of your, you're not tending to him.
Listen,
All
I've got
right.
two arms that aren't broken yet.
It's okay. I'm used to being disappointed.
Oh, so Moriarty is a disappointing lay. Interesting.
Why you bully me?
I didn't do that. That was funny.
All right. So when we last left off, we were just about to have the twins going around being quote unquote helpful across the town.
No. Why you do this?
Yes, Lycos and Lakos are going to be looking for people that they can help.
Wait, we have
Yeah.
Legos?
No, we've got Lycos and Lakos.
Yeah, Legos.
Unless it's anything like complicated or anything like that, so I can update my inventory while you're doing that. What was in the locking pouch?
Okay, yeah. So you could basically just write down that there were, some orders and personal plans and shit like that inside the locking pouch.
So documents that'll need to be.
Yeah,
gone.
basically, like, yeah, relevant documents.
All right. Intel is still good. So I'll sit on that until it's my scene. Carry on.
Yes. As for the twins, you're in the town square originally. What direction do you want to scamper off into? After all, there's plenty of town to explore.
They are going to head...
You could also describe a district, and I could just tell you what direction it's in.
The first thing that came to mind was the red light district.
You're just in that state of mind today.
Besides, you're already near the docks. I mean,
We need the bonk.
They would not be going for that. Probably the mid, the mid section. Not the poor, but not the rich.
so middle class.
Middle class, yes, that's the word I was looking for.
All right. The middle class areas are actually centered fairly close to the same area where the merchants are for fairly obvious reasons. And so, you could find your way there very easily. Now, in this area of town, you've had to go through the docks a lot. You visited the palace. These just seem like they're sturdily built buildings that are fairly well maintained and while at times they can get like a bit smushed together, they're fairly they seem to have some actual like breathing room to them. They're not like fancy villas or something like that, but you know, they're not the cramped together shanties like are down in the poor areas and around the docks and all that, where it's like it seems like it was just temporary stuff built there and then it was just kind of left and kind of maintained. These seem like actual purpose-built housing.
So instead of all of the houses sharing a wall, they've got an inch of space between each wall.
Yeah, pretty
Or
much.
between each building. Okay.
Yeah, they're not completely like slammed together. These seem like purpose-built. Like, you know, you could see a couple of them even have 2 stories, and a few of them even have some external cellars that you can see doors leading to. Fancy.
Well, Lycos and Lycos are on either side of the are on opposite sides of the street, going across the rooftops.
All right. So obviously there's like a fairly like decent flow of people like hearing about the commotion in the town center, so going in that direction. But even besides that, there's you know, just a couple people milling about, going about their day. After all, not everyone has time to go see the latest commotion. Some of them are going off to the merchant district. You can very clearly see from the rooftops. And in addition to that, there's even like, you know, a couple like neighborly disputes going on, people arguing over this or that, or oh hey, you were too loud last night, that kind of stuff going on. And in addition, can you roll me one of them, whoever's on the left side, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Okay.
All right.
Well, that's not a good sign.
No. So Lycos manages to see a some poor fellow that looks like he's locked out of his house. He sure is dressed funny, but he's kind of like struggling to get the door open.
Lycos is going to climb down the wall and just stop above the door. Hi!
Ooh, wow, you... What are you doing here?
Oh, we're here to help!
Oh,
As
help, yeah.
Lycos jumps onto his shoulder.
Yeah, you can see that he's like, he's been messing with the door. And, it seems to be, like, carefully putting some things away as you're, like, scampering on him.
A gleaming endowment.
Tanya Sapien tipped $25. Perpetually persistent partisans portents possible pageantry, pending player participation. Potential problems? Perhaps?
Well, okay.
Yay,
Thank you very much for
alliteration.
that. Thank you very much for that tip, Tanya. The first 2 tiers are complete.
Little alliteration, liberally lauded.
Lol.
Did you forget your keys inside?
Yeah. I got locked out, you know, closed the door behind me. Just trying to get back in here. I think you could help me out with that?
Oh, definitely. Lycos is going to climb down to the door and extend one of his claws and attempt to...
Tochemay tipped $75. Here is the rest.
Tochemay, thank you so much for that tip as well. I really appreciate the support. It means so very much. Tanya and Tochemay, thank you. The tip goal has been fully completed.
Very well. Persistent parsons.
He's going to attempt to use his claw to pick the lock open.
All right. Yeah, you managed to pop that baby right open.
There you go. Need anything else?
No. I'll be good, thanks.
Okay. And Lycos is going to climb back up to the roof, and Lycos is going to go back over to the other side of the street, and they'll continue on their way.
Hey, you helped that poor guy back into his house.
Why do I get the feeling it's not his house?
Oh no, that's a weird feeling.
I don't know.
He goes ahead and slips inside and disappears from view.
Player me gets that feeling, but the twins, no. He definitely needed help back into his house. He just locked himself out.
Wouldn't even have crossed their minds.
But yeah, so that's besides most of the arguing, that's about the only like, you know, really blatant happening going on in the area.
Well, they'll happily help with arguments if they are particularly aggressive ones.
All right. There are currently 2 of them going on different, like, you know, like areas of the street, but you know, there's 2 arguments going on.
Also, Timber, it's actually 22 intelligence that they have. The problem is that they're lacking on the wisdom side of things. Plus, they come from a society
without wisdom.
They also come from a society where stealing from people, is, you know, breaking and entering and such, isn't a thing. So they have no concept of that.
Yes, I'm very aware.
They live in a society.
Quote-unquote society.
But yeah, so one argument seems to be between 2 neighbors that are, you know, wildly gesturing towards towards like what looks to be like an invisible line. And the other one is a guy and a girl that are currently just having a spat down the street.
They're going to be going to the one with the line first.
All right. So you could quickly, like, as you approach it, quickly, like, comes into, like, an audible level, because they are very loudly arguing over, the fact that each of them, like, there's a little bit of, like, grass in between their 2 houses, and they're animatedly arguing over exactly where the line is between that. You can also see that there's like a partially like little built fence, because this is like, you know, like about a 4-foot gap between the 2, and it seems like one of them is trying to like build a fence, but the other one disagrees and says that part of the fence is on his side of it.
They're gonna hop down onto... I assume part of the fence is built already, right?
Yeah. Like the posts have, like, some of the posts have been put in.
Perfect.
Because you put down the posts first, and then you know you put the sideways.
Yeah, the slats in. They're gonna hop down onto the posts. Hi. What seems to be the problem?
Both of them start talking at the same time over each other, but one of them says basically talking about how, he's putting in a fence because this guy doesn't respect his privacy. And then the other one's talking about how the other one's building on his land.
So for the record, one of the Likos focuses on one of them and Lakos focuses on the other, and then they just kind of compare notes on that.
All right.
They don't need to, they don't need to have them go one at a time.
The joys of telepathy.
Yeah. So, do you have any proof or paperwork that this is your land?
My family has owned this land, this stretch of land, for the past 30 years. And we have owned this, and only in the past 10 years was that house built there.
Likos is going to jump on that guy's shoulder and sniff at his neck.
All right. What are you trying to accomplish with that?
He's getting his scent. And then he's going to jump down and sniff along the line that he's gesturing at.
Yeah. You can see the line that he's gesturing at is much closer to the other guy's house than the other one, because the other one's motioning towards a line that splits the land equally in half, and the other one's only giving a very small easement.
Yeah, Likos is sniffing along both lines. Lakos is going to do the same with the other guy, and they're going to try and determine, whose scent is where.
Yeah. Well, go ahead and give me perception checks. It's not going to be the easiest thing because, they're both there. And they've both been walking in between it. But yeah, you can try.
Wait, why do I not have... Well, that's supposed to have a +5. Oh, right, I didn't transfer that over from the old sheets.
All right. So, Likos is at a...
The 31
36.
is actually 36. The 28 is accurate.
Yeah, okay. In that case, you can definitely tell that there are older similar scents along the whole thing. That are pretty vaguely familiar to this guy. This guy does not look like he's over 30, so it was probably owned by, an aunt, uncle, or his parents or something, and then was passed down to him.
Basically, they are looking for markings to designate the edge of territory.
All right. If you're just looking for,
or sniffing,
yeah. Obviously, it's much more centered around the house. But the intermingling part of the various scents that Likos is able to smell is, it's around 2/3 of the way to the other person's house, rather than right up against it.
By our determination, it seems that the line is actually here. And they're going to use their claws to dig a little line showing where they believe it would actually be.
Well, that's great and all, but did you reference city documents or try to find, any of that? Because it just looks to me... Well, no, I put in a request for it once I saw that he had the posts up, but I'm trying to stop him from putting more posts in until I can get that.
Well, that's great and all, but you didn't mark your territory where you say it is.
I didn't need a darn fence here.
Cultural boundaries.
He's the one that wants the fence here.
Actually, these are quite literal boundaries.
Yeah, but there's a lot being lost in translation right now.
Yes.
That's glorious.
Yeah.
Well, yes, but
You're just reinforcing my my beliefs. That's all.
you didn't mark your territory, so the territory goes to where you all have spent your time then. And you've only gone to about this point. So you don't have claim over past that. In the future, you really should mark your territory, though.
Look, I'm sure that you're kind of new to all this with what you're saying, but I recommend that you try reading some law books or something.
Oh, we have.
You've read
They-
law books.
They both have 2 ranks in profession lawyer.
Why do you have ranks in profession lawyer?
I was waiting for that because it actually did come up in the previous session.
Yeah. No, like I know that like as the storyteller, but this guy's really confused over it.
I bet.
Yeah, we've read
So you're
law
trying to-
books.
So you're trying to tell me that you're lawyers and you know the local laws.
Well, we know the laws of nature and such. And seeing as
Well,
how
I'm
you
not
don't
trying to
have
get-
proof, then that means that it goes based on where you've actually been, and you haven't gone past this line.
Okay, look, I'm not
So
trying to get
technically, you're both
philosophical
wrong.
here. I'm just trying to stop him from building a fence.
Well, what's wrong with the fence?
Because it's on my land.
No, it's not. Well, actually, yeah, I guess if he's building it there, you are right. It is on your land. He just needs to move it over here.
Still needs to be closer to his house than that.
No, it doesn't. Why would he have to build it inside of his land that far? It's supposed to mark the border of his land.
The guy's kind of like giving a stink eye now.
There's a clear disconnect here.
There's a clear disconnect. Yeah. And then
they're
the
going
other
to-
guy is just arguing about having to like, dig up the posts, fill it back in, and move the posts like a foot.
They're just gonna look at him and... there's far easier ways to mark your territory.
Well,
Maybe
but he is nosy and I don't like it, so I'm putting up a fence so he can't just sit on his porch and watch.
What would he be watching?
Well, that's what he does. He sits on his porch and he watches people coming up and down the road. And every time I step outside of my house, I see him looking over, and I don't want it.
Fair enough. Well, this is a line where you build your post. And they're going to use combination. Lycos is going to use telekinesis, and Lycos is let's see, what would work for this? probably not blinding blast.
It might be a bit over the top.
You know, there are some countries where that's the way that they resolve property disputes.
Such strange people.
Very strange. They'll both just use telekinesis. One picks up a post, moves it over, the other fills in the hole with the dirt that was removed.
Hey, what are you doing with my posts?
We're moving them to the line for you.
No, we're not moving anything.
Well, you didn't mark territory past this line either.
The line splits it in half, and that's where I was building the posts.
Not according to your scent.
Go on,
They both seem
get
like
out of here.
They both just kind of like seem very confused as to what's going on and why these talking animals have showed up out of nowhere and are like claiming to be
Messing with our
lawyers and
stuff.
trying to adjudicate. Like they're just very confused about this set of circumstances. Like imagine you're just like you live in some like trading town. There was like a bunch of trouble, and like now you're trying to get back to normal, and then all of a sudden this happens. They're just very confused.
They're going to facepaw in unison and go over to the line and just be like, so this is how you mark your territory properly. And they lift their legs and just mark the line. Neither of you have done that, though, so it goes based on where you've actually gone. And
now the
you
Martens own it.
haven't passed, you haven't gone past this, neither of you have gone past this line. So this is where the property line is.
You might want to look up what an actual property line is.
Do you have proof?
The city has
claims?
proof. I'm waiting for the city.
Okay, we'll be back. Which way to the office for that?
All right, look, it's over in the rich area on the way to the palace. You go up the road and it'll be the third building on the right once you get onto the palace road.
Okay, we'll be right back. And they're gonna run off in that direction.
All right. Are you gonna go like right into the building, or are you gonna like, what are you gonna do here?
They're going right in through the doors.
All right. You see that like the front desk is like just kind of like a line of people sitting there at desks talking with people, and it seems like there's a couple different like queues, but like it's just like a bunch of people waiting around mostly while documents are moved back and forth, and there's like a low din of conversation.
They're going to climb on the desk of the one that looks least busy.
The one with like the shortest line, or?
Yes.
All right. That would be the one on the far right.
Hi.
Hello? What are you? What are you?
Oh, we're Martens.
Okay. And why are you on my desk?
We need the properly lined maps.
Why in the world would you need property line?
Well, we're trying to settle a dispute between two people that are arguing aggressively over where a line is between their properties. They won't believe us that they didn't mark their territory properly, so now we're getting the map.
All right. Well, you know what? If I don't have to deal with that later, then I guess sure. And he's gonna like basically like apologize to the guy that he was talking to, who just seems kind of like resigned at this point. And quick, like he rifles through like, you know, some low drawers in like a cabinet underneath his desk or something like that, and like eventually pulls out
I am so
a
hoping that this
map.
is actually, you know, the 2/3 of the way.
Don't worry. It's gonna there's gonna be something kind of funny here. And then kind of like holds out the map for you guys, like kind of like puts it off to the side for you, and it goes back to talking with the original person. This is very obviously like, you know, like a copy of the map, because, you know, it's you can tell that it's very fresh.
They are going to examine it and determine where the property line actually lies.
Yeah, you're never going to get the original prints from a drafting office. That just
Yeah,
doesn't
no.
happen.
No, you're not getting original prints. You're getting the transfer scribed version. Okay. So you have profession lawyer, so like I'll say that can definitely help you like parse this, because there's like a lot of like labeling of things, and then like different sections that explain the labelings and the markings and all that. So if you want to roll profession lawyer to parse this properly, you can.
Well, absolutely.
All right, so we got a 22 and an 18. Okay, so interestingly, the 4-foot area in between their houses is technically listed as a throughway easement. And so what that means is that basically neither of them have the right to it because the city owns it.
I like this even better. And I have a plan. They are going to thank the guy and then disappear the map into their bag before heading out, and then stopping and going back in. Could somebody point us to somebody that does construction stuff?
A couple of people in the line, like, you know, kind of like turn around to like see who's like asking this stuff. It seems
just
that it's like
a couple of
like
tiny Martens in the doorway.
Yeah, and then like there's like a couple of responses, but the loudest one is basically just like pointing you towards like the mercantile district area.
Okay, because it was brought up in the chat, I need to bring something up real fast.
Yep.
Yes, They have
Ra
bags.
underscore Zim is helping the Marten on his adventure. Behold the little backpack.
That is the little backpack that they have. Except the backpack is magical and they can basically disappear stuff into it like Skyrim.
Here, cheese wheel.
But yeah, they are going to rush off in the direction that they were pointed.
Yep. So inside the mercantile district, you can see like just a bunch of stuff going on. There's people peddling wares, general large throughput, farmers coming in, well, they've already been here, but moving around their goods to get like another shipment in, things like that. It seems like it's a fairly hectic area, and there's like a bunch of stalls lining the street. And then there's the buildings that are actually like permanent freestanding structures. And they all have like, business names, like that sort of stuff. But the important thing is that there's generally like, like a little sign outside of it that has a symbol. And you can clearly see a construction symbol outside of one of the buildings.
They are going to walk in. Hello?
All right. Yeah, who is it?
We're here to get some a road built.
Why would you need a road?
Well, some people are having a dispute over property, and well, it's not even theirs at all. So we're gonna build a road through there.
I mean, are you the owner of the land, or?
The city is, but it's a throughway, so it should have a road. We need it right away.
I mean, how long does this need to be? Because I'm not shipping out to some farmer's land to build a road just because it's technically a throughway.
Oh no, it's right here in the city. And they're gonna pop out the map and point out exactly where it is.
This is from the administrative office. How'd you get this?
We went in and asked for it.
Well, you can ask to see documents, but why do you have it?
This entire situation just proves they are agents of chaos.
Hello, chat. You want to know why I crusade? This is right here. This specific thing right here.
Batman right there, officer.
I mean, they didn't stop us when we took it.
Okay, you know what? Not my problem. So, you want a road built in a public throughway to stop a land dispute.
Yes. Plus, we think it would help out the city to actually have that throughway known and nicely paved.
All right. Well, look, most of my guys are already out building something. I can't get to it today. But
We have gold. And they're giving him big, sad eyes. We're just trying to help.
You can roll a diplomacy if you want.
Cute diplomacy.
Yeah, cute diplomacy.
That was almost a 20.
It was almost.
But not.
The other one doesn't have much any ranks in it, but I'll roll anyways. One covers diplomacy, the other covers bluff.
Yeah, okay. Alright, well... You know what? Fine. If you pay a tip, I can get to it personally today.
Great. How much we talking?
Well, looks here like it's gonna need to be about 3 feet away. It, like, kind of like devolves into like a mumble of like, you know, size, length, material cost, all that kind of good stuff, as well as like, you know, trying to remember what the stone type already that's on the roads, because you know these are like cobble paved roads, and then kind of like, you know, eventually comes to a total of given the size and length, he'd need about probably around 83 gold, including the charge of same day construction.
Ow. But they'll pay.
All right.
They're just going
This
to
is why
start
I-
showering coins onto the desk.
Moriarty, see, this is why I'm evil, so that I don't have these sorts of problems.
I mean, you are trying to commission a same day like cobble paved road to be built.
Which is just going to completely fuck the day of both of those guys.
Yep. But they believe that they are genuinely being helpful.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna need to go outside the town for a little bit with my cart, source some stone for it and all that, bring it back, and I'll get working on this probably in about an hour when I get my
We can come
materials.
help.
Are you sure? I mean, no offense, but it doesn't really look like you got appreciable muscles for this sort of work.
Is there anything heavy that's not bolted down in the office there?
Yeah, he's got like he's got like lumber logs and stuff that are stashed in the back. It's just that he doesn't have quarried stone on hand.
They're going to use their telekinesis to raise it up. Raise up those logs.
All right. I mean, they're behind him, so you're gonna have to like point it out to him.
Well, yeah, okay. They'll just speak up. Well, watch. And they point behind him and just start lifting it with their telekinesis.
He's gonna like raise an eyebrow and turn around and just see like the floating logs. So, you ever consider working in construction?
No.
Yeah, they'd be pretty damn good at it.
I mean, each one of them could lift up to 125 pounds. Oh, wait,
With
no. They
total
are counted.
tactiles.
I've got an upgraded version, so they are
Well, I mean,
actually...
he launched Thimble.
They could lift up to 625 pounds. Each.
Yeah, they can lift up 600 pounds each with total tactile precision.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would be amazing for construction.
Yes, Mortis. just wait until they get to 11th level. Then they can lift 3,125 pounds each.
All right. Well, tell you what. Follow me out back. We'll go ahead and get on our way.
They will happily go
There you-
along with them.
So there he's cut off mid-sentence for me.
Yeah.
Basically, all that I said was like, follow me out back and we'll get on our way. Because he's already got, like, a wagon back there. Because, unsurprisingly, you generally have to move materials to job sites, so he just keeps one on hand. The only work that needs to be done is he just needs to, like, take a horse out of his, like, little, like, shack stable and put it on the front of it. And then he goes ahead and hops onto the wagon, onto the reins, and invites you up and starts to, drive the wagon away.
They're riding on his shoulders.
I know I got broad shoulders and all of that, but is that really comfortable?
Oh, it's very comfy.
Well, if you say so.
Meanwhile, his...
Probably a lot more comfortable than the almost shoulders of Timbo.
Meanwhile, the back of his shirt is just getting torn open from their claws holding on.
To be fair, he has on like construction clothes, so they're generally like pretty thick.
More
Specifically because generally you're like, heaving splintered wood onto your shoulder.
Yeah,
This is
leather,
true.
basically.
Yeah. Well, not quite. It's more like, it's more like extremely discount Gambison. Where instead of it being like a bunch of layers, it's just only like a couple. And, he goes ahead and goes out onto the main streets and slowly starts driving out of town. Luckily, because you're in a cart, people on the road kind of like make way for you guys. So it's not exactly like you're stuck in traffic.
If they see any little grannies waiting to cross the road, they're going to use their telekinesis to lift her up and move her to the other side.
Well, sadly, there's not really any of that. Because there's not exactly like crosswalks or anything. It's medieval style where everyone just kind of like mingles in and then gets out of the way of the big stuff.
I know, I was just making fun, making a joke.
I know, I'm just like,
And give some poor old lady a heart attack, yeah.
They're trying to be helpful.
Don't worry. The only person crossing in front of everybody is Timber.
But yeah, so it's gonna be about a good half-hour ride to get out to where he's going.
Well, I'm good with switching to somebody else and then coming back while they're doing
All right.
this.
In that case, let's go ahead and cut back to everyone else.
Timber, Gar, either of you have anything?
What time of day is it?
So you got done with Greeves around, well, you were able to get into Greeves around noon. That probably took like maybe half an hour at best.
Yeah.
So noon 30.
I guess Timbo can go check down below deck, see how everything's going.
If it's around like the 12:30, 1 o'clock time period, then Moriarty and Rose would still be working on Sventhorn.
Yeah. I was just saying that for now because I know that the other people didn't get a chance to really do anything. So during that time period, so I just want to check to see if other people are doing things in that time period before moving on a little bit.
Yeah, I guess the only thing Timble would be doing was, get attuned to his new stuff and just checking up on his crew.
All right. As for the crew, you can see that a lot of the conscripts have eked out their own little areas where they're keeping their stuff, and it's generally anywhere that they could sit down or climb to. So, barrels, crates, anything elevated, just the floor. They're basically carving out whatever space they can find for themselves.
Alright, I guess Timble will kind of do a little inspection of everybody's stuff.
All right. So most of it is just personal effects. There's a large amount of everyone showing each other trinkets and stuff like that. You can see that there is a disconcerting amount of children with daggers and knives, but this is more disconcerting for you because not all of them have weapons.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, this isn't right. Why are the lack of children running around with pointy objects is just heretical.
Yeah, while everyone else would find this very, very concerning that there's this many, you're very upset about the lack of 100% armed rate.
Yeah.
And the knives aren't in the best condition either.
No, some of them are literally just sharp shards of metal that have been had string tied around a handle that it was shoved on.
Alrighty, conscripts. Looks like you guys, you got some arms, yes. But why don't you get your real ones? I'll even teach you how to sharpen them.
Tim, roll me a perception check real quick. And this is audible.
Audible, okay.
Just so you know, this is audio.
-2. It's under skills, right? Or
yeah, skills.
Abilities. Okay,
skills.
Perception. -2.
All right. You hear very softly behind you just the voice of Grug going, Vulcan Sharp? And yeah, so that's what you hear. It's just Grug going Balkan Sharp, and then a very thoughtful hum from him.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. He's going to discover cube. and what happens
Shaped
when he
for
hits somebody
Timble.
with it? So what happens when he hits somebody with it? A square hole.
Yep. It all fits in the square hole. Alright, so I guess Temple's gonna go around, for anyone who wants to follow the big mortal guy, promising them weapons.
I mean, it's a bunch of urchins dealing with someone in a massive pile of armor, offering them free pointy shit.
Yep.
Pointy shit's already good, but free pointy shit is better.
Even pointier shit.
Pointy is.
And the promise of how to use them.
Yeah, so you get a quite large amount of the conscripts to follow you.
Good. Lovely.
They're no longer called orphans, they're called conscripts now. That's just the official.
Well, no. When I'm dealing with Timber, I'm going to call them conscripts.
Hey,
Fair
Cole is not around here. Cole told Temple that these were conscripts, so Temple's going to treat them like conscripts.
Yeah, so
Oh,
if
boy.
I'm storytelling with Timber as focus, I'm gonna call them conscripts because that's that's his perception on them.
Yep. You always have to be careful with Temple.
And Gar is going to have to watch over this little menace group.
Alright, so Temple's gonna go, you know, obviously the bigger ones are gonna get the bigger ones. He has a lot of daggers and short swords. And a couple long swords.
Yep. Grog is still following you around, but he's still just like contemplating the ball.
Ball, yeah.
Pondering the orb.
Pondering the orb.
Yeah. So how many of these do you happen to have?
I have 4 long swords. I have 6 short swords. And I have 5 daggers.
All right. So you have enough to arm 15 of these conscripts at any given time with your personal stash of weapons that are too small for you.
Yep.
All right. In that case, do you want to just assign each of them that you can a weapon and then show them, or are you going to use it as like more of like a group practice training weapons?
Temple will issue them out so long as they promise to follow his orders, because he's going to teach them.
You're going to get a lot of quick little nods.
Alrighty, cool. Temple's gonna introduce himself, and you will address me as captain. I will make sure that every last one of you receives the best training I can give. But I am going to ask you in return that you're completely loyal to me, with the fact that I will never issue you an order I will not try to impose on myself.
There's going to be like a lot of like mumbling back and forth until a group consensus is reached that they're fine with this.
Alrighty. Lesson 1 will be weapon maintenance. And Timble's just going to go down the line and teach them how to polish and sharpen things. But with Grug, he's just going to teach them how to polish the cannonball.
All right. So, when you say sharpen, are you going to go, like, how fine detail are you going in? Are you going, like, multiple whetstones and what they do? Or here is sharpening rock, you put water on it, and then you sharpen?
Just a field sharp, just enough to get it back into, you know, walking order.
All right, so basically going, this is your sharpening rock.
Yeah. Just basic weapon maintenance.
All right. All right. Let's see how well they take to this. All right, they're seeming to take to it pretty well. You know, there's like more than a couple of them that nick their fingers, but it seems like most of them are accustomed enough to, like, you know, working with their own little like makeshift daggers and using that to like carve or whittle or chop food or do whatever. That it's mostly people not expecting how the sharpening's gonna go, and then they nick the sides of their fingers like once or twice.
Lessons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet he won't do that again.
Ominous.
Captain Timber, I think we could acquiesce a few more weapons from Adric's Rest.
That is true.
Where's this conversation taking place at?
I followed the group of
Tim
orphans.
would probably be on top of the deck,
I was about to say, I'm pretty
Okay.
sure this would be happening on the top deck.
mostly
Okay,
because
never mind then.
But given that it's timber, there's a grate leading right down. You could probably hear it just distantly.
Yeah, and the fact that he's extremely loud at all times because he's deaf.
Yeah, Gar's the comment that would have been relevant here, and Gar's pretty
Yeah.
soft spoken, so she would not have heard that because she's currently,
Yeah.
working with alongside Moriarty. So
Yeah, though Temple would reply, yeah, Adric's Rest, that sounds like a good idea.
that she would.
That would be loud enough.
You can hear that there's like a lot of muttering about that among the children conscripts.
All right, well, Temple's going to introduce the conscripts to the Wolven. And he's going to tell the conscripts that if I am not around, that Brutus will be in charge.
Brutus is gonna give like a quick Wolven salute to like signify which one he is.
Yeah, he's the one with the gun.
Other than that, there's no way to tell them apart.
Well, all the Wolven look the same, except slight changes in their armor because they have different armors.
Yeah.
The only
Also,
Wolven, the only thing that depicts Temple as being different is he's obviously has the best armor. He has a cape, but anything else it just looks the same. And the only Wolven that you can tell which one is him, right off the bat, would be Randolph, just because his helmet's all fucked up.
Yeah. There's also, if you try paying like special close attention to their exact like shade of fur, it's also possible to differentiate. But given the prevalence of brown, it's very similar.
Yeah. Ironically, the more heavily armored a Wolven is, the more rank they got. Or if they have a gun.
Yeah. Oh, I need to make a check real quick. Oh, damn. Okay. Like, as everyone's getting like introduced and the mentioning of the gun, Grug looks down at Ball and then back up at the gun and then back down at Ball.
Neuron activation.
Somehow I'll make a loyalist out of you.
But he gives Ball a little toss and goes back to making sure that Ball is very shiny.
Yes. That thing's gonna be the smoothest thing ever.
Until it gets mishappened by hitting something in armor.
Yeah. It's literally by the time we get somewhere, a flash of light comes, it's Grug throwing this globe of perfectly polished cannonball. It's just blinding people as it shimmers in the sunlight like a glowing thing of hope right there as it crushes the enemy. Truly inspiring.
You just
vision.
cast magic missile, kind of.
Yeah. Glorious orb. They will write songs about how glorious this orb is.
And all this started just because you happen to want to use them as powder monkeys.
Yeah.
Now Rose just needs to give him the golden cannonball.
The golden cannonball.
Mortis Diem_lost shared with 100 eggy bitties. Random snake with legs glued to it to make it look like a noodle dragon somehow lands on timber cause of that song.
Hey, no, bad, wrong franchise, out of here. But yeah, so What do you want to do with all of your conscripts?
Temple will just start teaching them the basic of, basic strikes.
All right.
Just as, just a pastime.
So,
how to safely carry a weapon without cutting yourself. Remember, kids, the first rule of weapon safety: always have fun.
okay. By the way, do you want to hear the general breakdown of the orphans you have in your little conscript group?
Sure.
And I'm talking about like in general on your ship.
Yeah.
So, and this is just like a rough estimate, but there's an eclectic mix of about 15 beast folk humanoids. There's 4 elves, 3 dwarves, 20 humans. There's Grug, a Hoskavanian snowfox, so not large like the bears are, an Azamar, a couple of tieflings, a pair from Lesmiatharia, which is the cat and dog recently unified area, and the rest are just kind of like one-off, like, eclectic mix of stuff.
All right.
So that's a very rough breakdown of, like, the various conscripts you've seen going around the ship.
Temple's going to make a mental note of how long each and every conscript's arm is, just so if he finds a sword for him later, he knows exactly what kind of sword they need.
All right.
All right. Temple's going to get in line with him. Do what I do. And then, he's just going to do a little drill.
Right.
You just hear him go, ah! And, everyone goes, ah! And they all do a forward strike.
All right. For the drilling session, do you want high or low?
Hi.
High.
Hello.
All right. They have like absolutely fucking atrocious form,
Yeah.
but they do actually seem to be trying.
It's the first day.
Yeah.
You see, this is why we kick. Temple turns to the Wolven. This is why we kick pups off mountains. We obviously look at them. They're swinging those swords. They're doing their best, but obviously, if we did this in the proper order, they would be able to swing the swords correctly.
Yep. And as for Grug, given that he has ball, he's just sort of doing like overhead strikes, holding ball.
Ball can also be melee weapon.
Nobody teach him how to use a meteor hammer.
It's okay. Next is gonna be one of those like just a big old freaking like scoop that he can launch the ball with even further, or sling.
You're gonna try to like
Actually,
addle the fucking ball?
Yes.
Yeah, tell Darius. I choose to believe that Grug, as he grows up, that's going to be the natural evolution from just having a cannonball to having a polished steel ball. Then he's going to actually have a meteor hammer as he grows up.
Oh no, he's getting a cannon fuel.
Well, with properly used, the meteor hammer is almost a ranged weapon. You can get a reach out of a good 15 feet with those things.
Yeah.
But does it make smoke? And your ear
If
was
it hits him
ring?
hard enough.
Does it have
Meteor hammers have been known to
recoil?
break. Meteor hammers have been known to break bone.
Only bone.
Yeah, when these bones are femurs, though. Femurs
Yeah,
and
but a
skulls.
cannon duo can do that from several yards away.
Meteor hammer doesn't need to be reloaded, and you can't run out of ammo.
Tell you what, Rosalia. You can have a meteor hammer. I'll take my cannon duo, and let's see who wins.
Yeah, I have zombie.
Not
minions
so.
for that. I have zombie minions for that.
I have gun lines.
And, anyways, carrying on.
Yeah, so what do you want to do now with them, if anything?
Just keep it simple for the first day.
Alright. Just teaching them how to do, like, basic edge alignment.
Yeah.
Hey, makes sense with me. Alright.
And
So that's going to take a while, though. So does
Yeah.
anyone have anything else that they want to do in the meantime? I know that Rose and Moriarty are going to be, making Seven
Test
Thorn.
flights.
Yeah, alright. So we can do that in a second. Gar, are you just going to be watching over training?
yeah,
In that case, test flights. Woo!
So, yeah, as they're wrapping up in the brig. All right, just have one last thread to cut here. Moriarty, would you would you please hand me the scalpel?
Moriarty does so, with just a little smile.
And there we go. He is complete. Now we just need a test pilot.
Wait, what?
Damn, if only I knew where those Marten twins were.
What, you think I'm gonna be? You think that I'm going to be the first one to fly this thing? I don't even know if it can properly balance itself.
You're not gonna slap a child into it, are you?
No, but I need something the same size yet more disposable. This leans into the doorway. Kobolds, you there?
You could see, like, as you lean out the door and, like, look into where their, hammocks are. They're not in the hammocks, but you see a couple heads pop up from, like, behind the massive pile of shit that they keep underneath their hammocks. It seems like they've sort of rearranged their stuff into an anti-urchin fort.
They're all shelled up.
Fortified.
Kobold fortress. We
Knowing
stole
that
this
they're-
stuff fair and square.
Knowing that they're there, Rose is going to head over towards them, just kind of like tapping her thigh a bit to summon Svethorn to follow along. So
Alright,
there's just a autonomous pair of wings skittering across the ground like a giant fluffy cockroach.
yeah. Well, it also makes, like, a very disconcerting, like, gurgle chirp.
I need someone to test a new, let's call it an invention.
So the inventor, so basically the inventor is in the middle, and he's kind of like flanked by his underlings, and looks over to the one on his left, nods towards the one on their right, and then they both throw that one out of the fort.
Sacrifices made.
You don't really speak Draconic, but I don't think you really need to get the gist of what the third one was saying as sort of picks itself up off the ground.
You guys are assholes.
Yip 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 yip.
And then the other two duck back down.
Oh, come on. You'll be fine. All right, Sveff, up. He's gonna have Sveff and Thorn just crawl up and latch to his back.
You sort of see him like kind of like start to freak out and like try and reach behind him.
Have you ever flown like a dragon? Do you want to?
Brilliant.
Dragon not made from meat puppet.
Yeah, you say that. But you're just gonna have to have a little faith. So, will you accompany me up to the top deck?
It kind of like grumbles and like scuffs his feet a couple times before following.
Oh, come on. It'll be fun. Trust me. When have I ever steered you wrong?
He's gonna give you a look that quite clearly communicates, we do the same shit, so we know how bullshit this is.
Alright. If available, I will be grabbing goggles and a helmet for him.
Does the party have anything like that?
I would assume that Rose would have goggles in her workshop.
Alright.
As for a helmet, would be asking if any of the kids is willing to loan theirs. The test dummy needs one.
The best that they have are like leather caps that they would wear in the winter to stay warm.
Aviator helmet, let's go.
Why don't you just ask Temple for one of his his mess kit? Surely he has a canteen that could fit his head.
Yes, that's what we're. I'm just going to give him a little bowl helmet.
Yeah, a little metal bowl helmet.
Okay, so this leg
At least
right
it's
here.
made to Imperial standards.
This leg right here. Rub it this direction to go up. This direction to go down. Sorry. Forward, yeah. Rub it this direction to go faster. This direction to go slower. Squeeze for up. Let go for down. This one, you tilt it for direction. Simple enough.
He does not seem very confident, given that you had to start over at one point. But he'll give you a nod.
Hey, that was me fucking up.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know. Just pat him on the head. You'll be fine. Sveff, up. And commanding Sveff to take off.
Alright, Sveth does take off. The kobold was not expecting it and is, kind of like lets out, like, you know, a yip of surprise and, like, kicks his legs a little bit.
Just a couple laps around the ship will do. No need for anything fancy.
He's
Alright,
making
spin.
another left turn.
Temple stops his lesson for a second, you know, and just with the class watches this.
It kind of sucks that Kemo's not here because I was hoping that Kemo would be able to yeet him. Although I guess Timber technically could too.
Alright. So, the kobold, messes around with the controls a little bit, trying to get, like, the feel for him. And then promptly mixes up backwards and forwards and conks his head right into the mainmast.
Watch out for that bang! Boom! Ooh!
He legitimately just rolled a nat one.
Can I roll to catch him?
Yeah, you
Well,
can.
There went Batman.
Collective groan from everybody.
What do you want?
Just go ahead and because you just tried to catch. Oh man, I didn't expect a fucking 1 on the first flight.
You'll get it next time. That's what the helmet's for.
That's what the helmet's for, yeah. That is why I didn't roll to see if he knocked himself the fuck out.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do I want for this? It's been a while since we had to do any sort of catching of falling people.
Yeah. Only 2 episodes.
All right. Yeah, just go ahead and make me a. You know what? Just go ahead and make me a strength check, because you don't really have to reposition. This is just to like catch them properly.
Yeah.
Just make me a strength check. It's fine. All right, yeah, you managed to catch the kobold, and you also do not crush the backpack.
Timbo,
Very important.
Timbo, everyone goes ugh as he crashes, but Timbo's like ready to catch him because he can see the velocity and impact direction. Timbo's doing that little math meme in his head.
Yeah.
and so he. What are you gonna say?
The kobold reaches up and like takes the helmet like off of his eyes because it like got bonked out onto his head.
Yeah.
Not bad for a first night.
Timbo's gonna, look at the kobold. Does he appear injured?
No, he just seems disoriented.
Disoriented. Alright, Timbo's gonna. He's gonna like put the kobold down for a second and like look at his little pot helmet, and then take a couple digits from his finger, and like crunch the helmet back into shape and put it back on his head. And then Timbo's gonna tell him, through failure, you get better.
The kobold just sort of like grumbles, like dusts himself off a little bit, and then goes marching back towards Rose.
Timber.
Yes?
Could you maybe give him a decent launch this time?
Alrighty.
If you're gonna try and do that, roll me a grapple check first.
How do I roll grapple?
It's a combat maneuver, so combat maneuver bonus.
Where's that at?
If you go to your combat page.
Okay, combat. CMD or
CMB, not D.
Okay.
CMB. If you go to your basic attack bonus melee range, CMB.
I would like to point out that Mortis is being adorably innocent in chat right now. He's asking if I bothered to teach him how to land. Bold of you to assume landing is optional.
Alright, so melee ranged CMB? Which one?
Yeah,
did I
CMB.
do? Okay.
You roll CMB.
Okay.
All right. After hearing that, the kobold like immediately tries to like make a break for it, but you sort of just like grab one paw and like with just one of your paws manage to like get a good grip like around his torso and lift him up.
Yeah, Timbo just. Alright. Don't fail this time.
And of course, the union of Moriarty and Rose had to have the blessing of Lamashtu in this way.
Oh yeah, that we're field testing a new monster.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, go ahead and make a strength check just to see how hard you launch the kobold.
Look, you have a lot more parabola this time. You'll have plenty of time to get the controls figured out before you hit the ground, okay?
Hey, Kobold. Just remember, the more times you succeed, the less times I.
Oh no. He's
All right.
he's squidgy. He's hard to throw.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he was currently attempting to like break out of your hold, but just
Yeah.
failing. So he wriggled himself out of like being completely thrown like a missile.
Yeah.
But he does go like far enough that there's no way he's landing back on the boat unless he starts flying right the fuck now.
Remember, the more you succeed, the less I. And he cuts him off by just throwing him.
All
Look, I
right.
have to do this.
So he's upside down, but his backpack quickly ends up righting him again. And instead of like touching the controls and like kind of doing anything, he's just kind of like holding on and letting it hover for him for now.
So he's like gliding along.
No, he's just hovering in place.
Come on,
He-
if I wanted to test remote operation, I could have done that myself.
At this distance. All right. Rose, he misses, but he got very concerningly close to nailing you with a pebble he pulled out of a bag. Luckily, it's he was far enough away that like there's no way in hell he was accurately hitting you, but it does like land at your feet, which is impressive considering how far Timber just threw him.
We'll just fire a warning shot.
All right, Brutus aims and
So we're blowing up the kobold now?
I was actually about to go over to Billy Bones and break the arrow tips off of the bolts and have him start firing at the kobold. You're gonna have to dodge, but this is gonna hurt a lot.
okay,
When
so
he actually hit him.
no.
Oh, okay.
Brutus was trying to do like an actual like aim. If he rolled a nat 1, it would have
Yeah.
nailed him right in the fucking chest. But instead, Brutus manages to aim his shot perfectly somehow, with the ball coming out of the Canon Gewehr just barely clipping the kobold's ear. A perfect Wolven warding shot, still managing to injure very slightly without dealing complete devastating damage. That way it's not a waste of ammo, because
Yeah.
it still did something.
I was
It
just
put
going
the
to have
fear of
Billy
the
fire
Kaiser
blunts.
in him.
I was just going to have Billy fire blunts at him, but that works too.
Don't worry, the ball's blunt
No half
until
measures.
Grub figures something out.
he spends like his entire life making a triangular shot.
Rose,
In the distant
Grug
future,
sharpened-
Grug is the
yeah.
innovator of
Yeah.
shaped munitions and artillery.
shaped munitions, yeah.
In his efforts to make a sharp ball.
When
Rose,
I
hate
was
to-
young, I decided to make sharp ball because Jägermeister told me to sharpen ball once, and I knew it was a message from the Kaiser to make shaped shells.
I was trying
But-
to say something.
Oh,
Yeah, go
sorry.
ahead.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but do you really think we should be testing this right next to the town that said no new undead?
What are you what are you talking about? I had this in my basement the whole time. They can't prove that I didn't already have this on the ship.
Except for the shipwright that went through our ship to check.
Bold of you to assume I let him in the brig.
He went past chicken door.
I have a lot of boxes in there.
All right. So Kobold does in fact go around flying and actually moving. At one point, doing an accidental impressive maneuver by flying upside down, which was definitely not on purpose.
After I'm
But
satisfied, I'll go on.
Yeah, he does manage to make a couple laps around the ship, though, regardless of being turned upside down.
Alright. After I'm satisfied that Svefenthorn is flight stable and that the manual controls work, I'm going to use Master's Presence to manually land him back on the ship.
All right.
So, conscripts, what do you think of the cannon gear wall?
Grug seems to be considering things still, and the rest of the cuts just seem very, very surprised by it, because they've heard of cannons before, but they've never actually seen cannons, much less someone holding one and using one.
Like a freaking musket.
Yeah.
So as soon as he's landed, I have Svefenthorn let him go. See, you're fine.
Yeah, he's gonna give you a.
Why do I get the feeling I'm about to get punched by a kobold?
He's gonna point at you and go, "You owe copper later."
I will I will definitely pay you later. Currently, I'm flat broke.
He sort of gives a begrudging scoff and goes back down.
Oh yeah, Rose. Here.
Yeah.
For the religion lesson, hand you 30 gold.
Oh. Oh, okay. I'll have to get some of this converted to copper at the nearest opportunity. I do owe him after that. Don't see me embedding my head in the mast of the ship. If I hit like that, my antlers would have gotten stuck, and then you'd have to send up a rescue party.
Which it would probably wait until the twins got back, and then they use acid.
You get back to the ship. Where's Rose? Someone just points up. She's dangling.
Yeah,
Hey.
just out of reach to where Temple can jump up and grapple. He's just been doing that the entire time. Jump. Jump. I can't get her.
All right, so are you done with your flight testing?
Yep, and immediately going to put him on now that I know that it's flight stable.
All right. In that case, back to the twins at the local quarry. Well, the place that actually sells the quarried stones, not the source.
Yes, the quarry.
Yes, because the kids yearn for the mines.
Mortis, no. They are true neutral. But yes, the twins are Timber's shoulder-mounted cannons.
Yes.
All right, so at the quarry.
Yeah. You know, you go. You see the guy like stop the cart, jump out, and start talking to the local guys. Like, you know, it seems very familiar. Eventually hands over, you know, a goodly portion of the coinage that you had just paid him, and then kind of motions you to follow. And they go out back to where there is a rather large amount of stone that has been quarried out already and, you know, just stacked up into nice piles. All right. I don't know how much you can lift, but can you lift these blocks into the back of the wagon?
They are just. Go ahead.
I was going to say, they're only like 100-pound blocks apiece.
They do have the ability to split between multiple objects at a time, so they're just going to start lifting up a bunch of them and moving them over, lifting up another bunch, move it over. And considering it doesn't even take spell points, like, doesn't wear them out at all.
Yep. So the cart holds a total of 40 of these quarried stones, which basically like just completely fills up the back of the wagon, and then there's like a little bit of pyramid stacking until like, you know, the wagon sort of like caps out.
Is this everything we'll need?
Yeah. Are you really sure you've never considered working in construction?
We built a nest. And they're going to send along their... like, to anybody, they're sending along the mental image of their view of their nest, which to anybody else looks like just a haphazard mess of ropes and sacks and all sorts of other random things that they've come across and added to it. But with them sending it along, it's coming with their intricate knowledge of every bit of it carefully placed for the maximum enjoyment of going around through it. Including jumps, climbing, all sorts of stuff.
All right. Well, if you ever get into it, I guarantee that there'd be a lot of people around who would be more than willing to pay you a pretty penny for this.
Well, we are in town for about another week, so we could probably help and do that.
Mm-hmm. And he seems like really thoughtful and considering of this, and sort of like starts walking back to the cart while like mumbling to himself.
And thus the twins got a job.
I mean, to be fair, this is like so unexpectedly like useful for construction workers. Just the mass moving of materials in like minutes with like almost no effort.
They also
Without
have creation.
specifically. Yeah. Well, he doesn't know that. But you know, like all of that on top of not having to set up cranes in order to do it or any of that, no like real risk of injury, as well as the fine motor control. So, you know, it's just to him it's like this is like the best crane ever.
Oh, but
Well-
the create stuff is temporary.
Well, look, I will say that while you're here, I'd be more than willing to pay you every day that you show up with me and move some stuff around.
Okay, we'll be there.
He seems like a little surprised, but he's just gonna take it in stride and kind of like hop back up on his cart once he's made sure that the ropes that he brought with are properly securing down the top, the top stones, which doesn't take him very long to do. He just kind of like throws the rope over, ties down both ends, makes sure that it's like, he does the good old tug, that's not going anywhere. Before inviting you back up onto the cart and heading back. Along with a comment of, I thought that he thought it was going to take a couple hours, a way longer amount of time or money to, basically pay the people here to, move all the shit. Because he was planning on just paying the local workers to load it for him to expedite same day stuff, but apparently you could just lift over half a ton at a time with your mind, and he's taking advantage of it.
And they are completely oblivious to the fact that he's kind of ripping them off.
Oh yeah. Well, to be fair, he is also going to pay them a fair amount of money after this.
Ah. Same day Marten delivery.
Same day Marten delivery, yeah. Well, unironically, this guy, I already genned this, he had, a couple of big contracts available that he just didn't have the manpower to take on right now to, for material moving, sourcing, basic setup, stuff like that. So he kind of, had to put those, on hold and give people quotes about, hey, I can do this, but not for a month or two. And then apparently these magical, psionic Marten cranes are gonna be here for an entire week. And so he can get a lot of jobs going with that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But yeah, so you now have an absolutely massive amount of stone in the back, and you're kind of he's not doing it constantly, but it's very noticeable that he's probing the twins to see what else they can do, to see if he can use any of it or market any of it in order to do more more construction stuff with.
Well, they can do welding, they can do melting, they can freeze things. They can teleport things.
Yeah, that one definitely gets his attention.
But the teleport's not as easy.
About how far can you do it, though?
Great question. Teleport. It just says the range is long.
Okay, so you can do it so the range on things is you're level 8, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So the range of long means that you can cast it 400 plus 4 times 40 times 8. 720 feet away. That's how far you can teleport.
Okay, so reading it again here, that's if they spend a spell point. If they don't, then it's just medium range.
Okay.
So, you know, spell points limited, but medium range, they can, you know, do as much as they want. Though that is for a creature. Though the creature can...
range...
Huh?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The creature can be carrying up to a heavy load.
Okay. Also, so to put your spell point teleport into perspective, you can teleport over 1/8 of a mile. Because that's 720 feet, and a mile is 5,280. So, like, 7 and 1/3.
Okay.
That's how many times that goes into it. So you know.
Okay, just confirming. You just said that he could just straight up just teleport shit to its destination. Is that what you said?
If Timber's carrying it or something like that, where a creature's carrying it, and it has not more than a heavy load, then yes. So, like, if you load up Timber with just a bunch of shit that's, like, really heavy, he can hold, like, a couple 1,000 pounds in materials, if I'm remembering correctly. So you can just, like, use a spell point, boop Timber, and all of a sudden he's over 1/8 of a mile away carrying all that shit still.
Yeah, a heavy load for Temple is 3,120 pounds.
Alright, so a little bit over 1.5 tons.
Oh, so once the Martens get to level 11, they can lift that more than Timber can. Just with their
Provided
minds.
I don't get any stronger.
True.
Just straight up teleport in there with a 1-ton shipping crate in his arms.
Where do you guys want this?
Oh, well, that's not Timber's overhead, but yeah, so he could carry it quite easily. It's just that they can't, like, teleport him if he is more than heavy.
Yeah,
so
much.
They enjoy doing the teleport thing.
Yeah. Well, if nothing else, he's definitely, you know, on the whole thing of, oh wow, this is like actually so useful.
We can also temporarily create stuff, but it doesn't last forever.
Scaffolding.
How long abouts would you say that it lasts, though?
About 8 minutes.
If it was 8 hours, we could definitely make use of that, but 8 minutes, a bit too short.
Well, just like with the teleporting, we've got a limited time, but we can do that. Or a limited amount of times that we can do that a day, but we can do it. Because they do have the thing where they can spend a spell point
and, like, make it hours. Yeah. Well, you know what? I'll remember that in case it helps, but honestly, you just being able to pick up this much stuff so fast is already... We're already going to be able to do a lot with this.
Oh, they can create up to a huge object. They can create up to 3,125 pounds worth of stuff.
Hey, Timber could still pick that up then.
Yes. Yes, he could.
You couldn't teleport him because it'd be 5 pounds over, but you know. Because it's still within his liftoff, which would be like 6,240. Because that's how much he can pick up off the ground.
One thing that I really don't like about the creation thing is that for dropping that much weight onto something, it only does 3d6 damage.
What? Okay.
That's how it's set up here.
I get
sorry,
that it's
having
to
a
prevent barrelmancy, but you know.
Having a metric ton of material dropped on top of you, that's a lot of crushing damage that should happen.
Yeah, but it's to prevent barrelmancy.
Yeah.
I'm upset that I get that reference, and I'm also upset that I have been guilty of barrelmancy myself.
You're a dirty barrelmancy user.
You know,
it works. It fucking works.
otherwise it's gonna be rules of nature and just Temple slamming shit down on fucking. Gives Temple a towel. Temple drops towel on Bandit.
But yeah, apparently the Tana-chan is barrelmancy abuser.
It fucking works, okay? It is an optimal tactic.
All right.
Hey, don't be mad at all for being an environmentalist.
Yeah. Eco-friendly.
To be fair, the damage is, you know, they can just do that for free. However, I wish it were at least equivalent to the destruction sphere for that. Because, like, I could understand balancing. But it's like, okay, I can do 4d6 damage throwing a ball of fire at somebody, or I can drop something that is over a ton and only do 3d6.
Yes.
Yeah.
So basically, I'm never really going to use the creation sphere for doing damage.
Yeah.
Well, if you wanted to pin something.
True. Could use it for pinning something. That's the main reason I picked it up, is for creative uses. Like, they can attach attach what they create to other objects, so, like, they can create a bridge.
Yeah. All right. So, you know, he basically asks you to point out, like, you know, where the road needs to go as you guys get back into town. And you see him, like, you know, kind of like reaching into like one of the boxes he was carrying around, like beside him, like, you know, just on like the little seating bench, and start pulling out some you know, what's the word for it, like metal titans and all that.
Are the two guys still out there arguing?
Oh yeah, they are.
The twins aren't even going to talk to them. They're just going to start pulling. They're gonna look at the map and then start pulling up the posts and moving them to the appropriate spots. Which I'm hoping is less on both sides from the line that they pointed out.
Okay, so you're talking about like with the you know, you're talking about like to line where the road goes.
Yeah. At least on one
side.
side.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
They're trying to be helpful.
Yeah, so that is what he was going to use the Titans for, but you know, you can actually like so they're posts, so like if you bring them up and then like lay them down lengthwise, there's like 5 or 6 that were already put into the ground, so you could very easily like, you know, kind of like do like a dotted line drop down for where the road goes.
Oh, they were gonna put them into actual in the ground position. They do have. They can make force with the with their telekinesis to do damage. So I figured it would be enough to thrust them into the ground.
Oh, it would. I was just like more. Why do you want to like put them in the ground if they're going to have to be taken back up in a little bit to put stones there?
No, they're putting it on the edge of where the stones are gonna go.
Okay, so like just outside.
So, like
Yeah.
boundary
Where-
markers for the eminent road.
Yeah, boundary markers plus, well, the guy wants a wall around his property, so they're putting it on his property, where it actually is.
In that case, he had like the logs like go like literally like a foot off of his house.
Excellent. And what about on the other side?
They
Please tell
each
me
have
it's
a
the same
foot.
story.
Yeah, so they each have a foot on each side, and the road is 3 feet. That's the that is the throughway easement listed on the map.
Perfect.
I just imagine these guys are still arguing, and there's just the Marten slowly coming by behind them and just doing this, like completely silently almost.
They're just out on the street, just raising up the posts and moving them over.
Yeah, I just imagine them in a heated argument, and just in the background you see Marten just going boop 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 boop.
Oh, little government workers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although the argument has moved from the exact point of the line, and now it's just more about two guys yelling like character assassination shit at each other. Like, you know, with grievances and all that. So it's not even like a productive argument at this point. It's just evolved into two guys just like basically insulting each other.
They're going to observe. They're going to observe that for a moment, and be like, we'll probably solve this argument once we put in the road.
All right, so is this the place? I mean, it's got the argued guys, but you know, just want to make sure.
Yeah, this is the place. Just put them on this side of the. They need to go on this side of the post here.
So, are you able to remove large amounts of dirt?
Yeah.
All right. In that case, from here all the way to where this is going, go ahead and pull up about half a foot of dirt.
Do you want it pulled up, or do you want it just gone?
Well, we're going to need to use it a little bit to fill in the cracks. So we're still going to need it.
Okay. And they're just going to start lifting up chunks of dirt. Specifically, they're going to go ahead and use their creation talent sphere. Just because, you know, dirt is loose and such. To summon in a little platform underneath, and then you lift that up. And just dump the dirt on either side of the path, making sure it's nice and even on both sides. Thank you, Kia. I will definitely remember those names for next week.
All right. So the guy then asks you to go ahead and, you know, pull out just one of the stones for now and just put it on the ground.
Joke.
As he pulls out a rather large hammer.
They are going to go ahead and do so, where he wants it.
He's just kind of asking for it, like a little bit of ways away from the actual start of things.
They are all too eager to help however they can, so they are going to do it exactly where he wants it.
Timble would love this ability.
Yeah. Also, so just to put it into perspective, like the dirt here is very gravelly, which is why it's part of the reason that like he wants to use this dirt.
Ah.
'Cause I know I didn't bring that up, but like you know how there's like earth where it's like really nice for farming, then there's earth where it's just like fucking filled with rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is more like gravel earth, which is why this land wasn't used for farming or something, and instead it was just
AKA
built
all
on.
the places I've ever slept in the army, and they wanted me to dig a freaking hole.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is like very rocky earth, which is why he's like, ah, yes, I can use this for like quick mixing some mortar.
It's infantry bedrock.
Oh, they can also produce water. I mean, it's with the destruction sphere, but I'm sure that it would work.
Yeah. Well, the other thing that he needs is lime, which is in one of the boxes that he brought with.
Ah.
Because, they're still using lime-based mortar.
They can't help with that.
Which we... Yeah. So, which we are kind of too, but, they did it a different way.
Have the guys arguing noticed this at all?
Yeah, they have, but they're also like, when two people are just like going at it. Because right now they're just kind of going at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Excuse me,
the
sir,
guy...
Can you move to the side a little bit? Thank you.
But yeah, so he's gonna the construction guy is gonna start hammering, like this is like very loud, but he's gonna start hammering like some other metal spikes that he brought out into the rock. And this definitely gets their attention because have you guys ever seen those videos of like someone quarrying stone and like breaking up the large rocks and turning them into like smooth cut smaller rocks by like hammering the spikes into them until they break?
Yeah, wall construction.
Yeah, so that's what he's doing here. He's gonna be breaking it up multiple times with that, and yeah, and breaking it all down and making them into nice cobblestone sized bits. Technically, you're supposed to use river stone for this, but they just quarry this shit off of like an area where there's a cliff face next to the sea that gets washed on constantly, so
it works.
It's close enough.
Yeah, it's close enough. And yeah, he's basically just gonna be doing this just about all day. He's a pretty deft hand at like breaking apart the rocks, but it definitely helps that he can just hammer this shit, break it up, and then point to where it needs to go, and the twins can just move it there.
They are very eager to help however they can.
Let's see how this goes. Oh yeah, he's making a really good road. He is making a damn good road. The placement's looking really good, and he manages to whip up some really good mortar. Based out of taking some shit from the soil around that, got dug up, and a couple of the things that he brought with.
Every now and then, they're going. One of them is going to jump onto his shoulder and just give him a nuzzle on the cheek and use restore on him.
Are you just trying to like stop them from like accruing any exhaustion?
Yep.
All right. Well, yeah, that'll definitely speed up his timetable then. And also, like the two guys kind of notice at one point, start to say shit to the construction worker, and then he gives just about the best workman, "I'm fucking working here. How dare you try and interrupt me?" glare that he can manage. Which was what one of those roles was.
Ah.
And basically just straight up like intimidates them into shutting the fuck up and leaving him alone. Because dealing with an irate construction worker that you are currently attempting to stop having do shit that they were paid to do is not exactly the easiest thing to do.
Oh, I have seen videos of that. I have seen construction workers in action. Oh, I know.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying that because I've worked construction and my dad's a foreman. I fucking know how this works.
Oh yeah, my dad was a foreman too. I went on his job site a couple of times, and yeah. I also remember seeing a video of some guy coming out waving a gun and threatening them, and they gave no shits.
Yeah, no.
They're like, dude, we're just here doing our job.
Yeah, it's construction, landscaping, whatever. One guy, like, gets handed the fucking plans, and that's the plans, and whatever the hell it says on there is what's getting done. The saying is, I'm not paid to think about it, I'm paid to do it.
Hey, Timber's motto.
Bull, do you assume I'm getting paid?
I was gonna say, I don't think he gets paid.
Yeah.
I get rations.
Yeah, he gets paid food.
At one point, one of the twins is going to run off. Lycos is the one that's going to run off. He is looking for somewhere that produces signs.
All right. The best you can find for that is just like a general woodworking shop. There's not like, a dedicated sign shop, but there is, like woodworkers, so.
Well, he's gonna go into the shop. Hello?
Yes, hello, be there in a minute. You could hear that there's like a voice like in the back where presumably like, all the machine stuff is and the tools and all that. And then a surprisingly weedy looking guy comes out into the into the area. Into the greeting room. Yes. Hello, what can I do for you?
I need a couple of signs. For street signs.
Well, normally the city commissions those.
We're doing some work to help out the city. We're putting in a new throughway that was supposed to be there.
Oh. Well, and what is the name of this throughway?
Marten Way.
And how is that supposed to be spelled?
Marten.
Well, that's a weird way to spell Martin, but I suppose I've heard weirder. And he sort of like trundles back into his shop and says, "Don't worry, the city's gonna cover the cost of a sign."
Awesome. Can it be done today?
I suppose it could.
Thank you. I'll be back later.
By the way, he totally thought you meant Marten like the name.
Oh, I know. And he's gonna run back to the job site and keep helping.
All right. Yeah, so this is your aid with it is like definitely like knocking up the timetable, like basically any time you do something. And by the time it's time to like, take a break for some food, there's already like a good portion of this road that's like in and mortared and everything. Because he kind of figured out that all he needs to do is like, he got like, so, he was following like, the good old saying of always do the hardest shit first, so that way you don't have to do it when you're exhausted. So he was going hard on the stone, like, breaking it up into nice like cobble-sized blocks. And you using restoration on him so much basically meant that, hey, he could just kind of keep going with that. So he broke up like basically all the stone in the first couple hours and just kind of directed where he wanted it. And so now he's just kind of getting to like actually like rearrange like detail work and mortar things. So like even if you left right the fuck now, there's no way that this road is not going to be complete today.
Excellent. But the twins are staying until it's done.
Alright.
And probably a little after.
Yeah. The guy also like offers you some like bits of his food that he had.
They will never turn down food.
Yeah, well, he also doesn't know that they don't need to eat, so.
Yeah. To be fair,
that is
with
a
the
big
way
reason why he's. Yeah.
To be fair, with the way they eat, I'm still not certain that they realize that either.
Well, yeah. So within that like the rest of the day, there is suddenly a very newly mortared street inside of Relago. Paved right over where two people were having a boundary dispute.
This wasn't here yesterday.
For good measure, the twins are going to go and mark the edges of it. This is their territory now.
Interestingly enough, this road manages to connect into a nice little area of the merchant district.
Ah, so it's extra helpful.
Yeah. Mostly because that's like the only thing that it could really connect into in that direction. Because it's mostly just like housing all the way down until, it gets to the merchant district here, so. Well, yeah, that's where the road was supposed to be in the first place. That just it kind of got like, hey, yeah, we'll pay for this at some point, and then it just kind of got lost in bureaucracy.
Well, they're going to go back for the signs near the end of the day, end of it getting done.
Yep. There are a handful of freshly painted wooden road signs that just read Marten Way.
Is it spelled correctly?
It is spelled with the E.
Good, good. Lycos will disappear them into his bag and take them over to the road. Here, we got these to put up too.
Oh,
And then
well.
pop them back out.
So. Okay. I'm sure someone will come and put the other parts of the sign on wherever they meet up. I don't actually know what these road names are, so. And then he'll just kind of like, you know, take his mallet hammer and just start like hitting the top of it until the roadside, like, you know, gets in like a fair amount of way. Proudly pointing down the area where the newly forged Marten Way.
Yay! And you know, there's one for each end.
Yep.
And then they're going to proudly go up to the two guys. All right, we settled your dispute.
They both seem very upset.
Temple would be so proud of the Marten twins.
They are just absolute, like, teeth are showing and everything with their smiles, their tails are wagging. They just feel like they did a great job.
And meanwhile, these two guys are just like very upset because, like, in a personal dispute they were having, these random like animals come out of nowhere and to make sure they both lose.
There are no winners here.
Moral of the story: be grateful for what you have.
I mean, if they had just taken what the twins were offering, they both would have won. At least a little bit.
Yep.
Well, no, they both would have lost, but just way less.
Up to the point, you know, the city comes by and says, why is there a fence here? Knock it down, put the road there anyways.
Yeah. But that was if they ever bothered to reference it and see if there was actually a road there. Funnily enough, in like a lot of like old city planning charts and maps and all that, there were tons of places that were supposed to have roads at one point, and then they just never got built. And then because it never got built, stuff got built over it.
Yeah.
Even in, like, anytime you want to build a fence on your Marten and Marten law, if we don't win, no one does. I know my mom went through this when she was wanting to build a fence for the dog. It's like there are so many spots that it's like, yeah, this is assumed part of your property, but it's actually the city's.
Yeah. And meanwhile, I live in an old farmhouse that used, like, built in the Civil War, like, old farmhouse that used to own all the land around. And then, like, you know, it got sold off over the years as, like, you know, a city was, like, put here. And so, technically speaking, our property line goes through people's sheds. So if we wanted to build a fence around our property, it would absolutely fuck up everyone's day. And then, funnily enough, we'd probably get, like, squatter claused or something.
Probably.
At least you're not going through tree law.
Oh, yeah. Well, we have a forest, too, but, you know.
So
That's
I've actually
why the Imperium invaded everything instead of trying to negotiate.
I've actually been kind of nodding off over here.
Okay.
I think I might have to dip out.
Well, if you want to do something, the Martens have successfully gotten their road built and named.
Well, they do know that
the only
there's...
thing that... Go on.
There's just one more thing that they need to do. They need to go back to the administrative office and get the charts updated.
Well, again, like, the chart, like, showed that there was already a road there.
Well, it showed that the property was owned by the city.
Yeah, well, that it was a public throughway already.
Yeah. They're just going to go in anyways and report that the road is built. In fact, that's basically how they're going to word it.
All right. So they're going to be like very confused, but they'll mark it down anyways and like send someone out to inspect it at some point or other.
But yeah, that's basically it for the twins. They will probably go find somewhere to eat to get a proper meal. And then they would probably be sleeping on the roof of the guy's shop, the construction guy.
Well, if nothing else, the roof feels like it's completely sturdy. So, you know.
Oh, yeah.
What time of day would it be when this is happening?
So, you know, because this is like, they're kind of off on their own doing stuff. They've been doing this for like hours, so this would be like evening. For you guys, it's still timey-wimey shenanigans.
Well, because what I was going to be having Rose doing after that initial test flight, when she's verified that it's stable, is that she would be getting practice time in, which means that if at some point in time she would be flying over the rooftops.
All right. Well, in that case, just roll me a perception check.
There's a 30 pack.
You can definitely see some, you know, what looks to be some construction work. Interesting part is that it looks like there's only one guy doing it, but you know.
Just one guy, despite that it's a full construction project going on?
Yeah, just one guy.
Yeah, Rose would swing a little bit closer. If for nothing other than an excuse to test out Svefnthorn's eyes.
All right, and if you want to use Svefnthorn's eyes, all you got to do is take the perception bonus with the senses.
Let me double check what that was.
It was a +4.
Does that replace mine, or is that in addition to mine?
No, it's in addition. If Svefnthorn themselves is trying to notice something, that's what they get, but that's a modifier for you because, you know, it's more of like a trained skill for you rather than like, you know.
Yeah, got it.
Basically what you're getting is like, this is like seeing normally, but in high def.
So apparently her first use of it is disorienting. When I switched from one to the other, my number actually ended up going down because I got a crap roll.
Yep. All right. So as for the Martinis, do they still want to try and hide from party members?
If they're aware, in this situation, they probably wouldn't be aware that, you know, suddenly Rosalia has wings and is flying around.
All right. The reason I was asking, because, like, you know, you were stonewalling, like, actual messages, like, responses from the collection, or collective, but I didn't know if you cut off entirely.
Oh, no, they cut off the collective entirely.
Okay. In that case, yeah, probably wouldn't be able to notice. But as for Rose, it looks like the Marten twins got a job. Because they're currently using telekinesis to lift up, you know, blocks of large stone.
Gonna need to roll for a vertical landing right next to him. Or would that just be like a form of
In
landing?
order to land, I don't think you need to roll fly in order.
Okay,
Remember,
so you'd be
everyone, taking off is the easy part. Landing is the hard part.
Yeah, Rose would be attempting a near vertical landing right next to him. Okay, we need to talk. What's going on with you two?
Rosalia.
There is a screech of surprise, and they are scrambling into the wagon. Hiding in amongst the rocks.
I know you two are in there. Look, it's been a couple days now. Are you going to bother talking about whatever the hell's going on?
We're trying to be helpful.
I can see that, but the rest of the party's getting worried about you.
The rest of the party being Timber and Rosalia.
But I would say that Gar and Moriarty are worried.
Not that we've heard from yet.
Moriarty will be worried if he knows what's good for him.
Happy wife, happy life.
And how can we find the rest of the Marten family without these Marten locators?
To be fair, Moriarty was concerned yesterday with all the stuff going on, but he just decided not to question it, hoping that was a, small episode.
So you're doing a lot of good around here, and I see that. But you've been actively avoiding the entire crew. That implies there's something more going on than you just finding something to go off and do.
We didn't help.
It didn't help with what? You've been doing an amazing job.
3 of them died. And we did something wrong with Kemo.
You didn't do anything wrong with Kemo, or powers involved that were beyond any of us. And look, people go down in battle. That's what happens. You were able to get them back up. That was a very significant thing.
We didn't actually get Kemo up. He's different now. We failed. And we tried to help him after.
Aww, so cute.
We tried to help him afterwards, and we made it worse.
You tried healing when he's undead. That's the positive and negatives are it. Look, whatever happened between him and Adric didn't play nice with whatever chaotic nature he already had. That was beyond your ability. You were doing your best, which, honestly, is a damn sight better than a lot of other people would have.
We still failed. So we gotta fix it.
By doing random stuff around town?
By doing good. We couldn't help you, so now we're helping others.
You're an immense help to the crew. I doubt that anyone would be able to say otherwise. And
Kemo
if I'm
did.
being... Kemo is, how best to put it, emotionally immature.
Emotional damage. I couldn't resist.
He tends to be very, how best to put it, excitable. That's not your fault.
But we still tried to help and we didn't. We made it worse.
So you screwed up. Big deal. I screw up a lot. Do you think I would talk like this if I didn't screw up a lot? I had a very nice voice right up until I started getting choked constantly. I had intact antlers. I had 2 ears. I've fucked up. It's a very visible thing. Timber, that mark on his forehead is because he's fucked up. We've all fucked up. We dusted ourselves off and got back up again. It's what you do.
But we still made things worse.
You tried to help, and the time immediately after, your friend underwent a major change that you didn't understand. And you didn't understand with good reason. It's a very rare, very fucked up change. In his particular case, it might be a one-of-a-kind occurrence that we're never going to see again. You can't expect that. You can't plan for that. You're confused and doing your best, which is all that any of us ever can do.
But Kemo doesn't want us around. So we left.
I'll talk with him about that. I'll see what's really bothering him, because I doubt that it's you yourselves. He has a lot going on, and when you're under a lot of stress, you tend to do stupid things. You tend to say things you don't mean. You tend to do things you regret. Hell, he threw me out a window, okay? He's really twitchy lately, and I'm trying to help him out with that.
Did he hurt you?
Not on purpose. He was aiming for the water. I just, was caught off guard and botched the landing.
So we weren't even there to help you then.
To be fair, he threw me out the window because I pissed him off. That would have happened regardless of whether you were there. I still am having issues with getting my control spells under control. I accidentally tried to rip a skeleton out. That didn't go so well for anybody involved. But you don't see me moping about it. Yeah, I'm still sore. I hit the water really damn hard. But I got back up again. And in some ways, I improved from it. Because now what'll happen if I get thrown out a window? Just opening the wings on Thorn. I'll just fucking fly. You grow, you evolve, you make sure not to have the same fuck up happen twice.
Okay, we might come back. But right now we've got a job to do.
Yeah, I can see that. I never would have thought. I would never would have taken you for the construction type.
He keeps telling us that too.
Usually when you think construction, you think somebody big and burly and smells funny.
Is the guy standing right there?
Well, okay, so currently at this point, he's still hammering the giant blocks of fucking stone. So he's busying himself by hammering giant blocks of stone with like very loud like hammer noises.
Okay. As long as he doesn't hear her say that. Talk about awkward.
Meanwhile, back at the boat, man, you know what'd be fun? That's some rocks to hit with a mallet. Yeah.
If only.
Or making a trench. That's a good way to pass time.
Busy work.
Whenever you're ready to come back, we will be there, and we'll receive you with open arms. Because if you expect perfection, you're looking at the wrong group. None of us is perfect. None of us is going to ever be perfect. We're just muddling through. I mean, Gar is a gnoll with a heart of gold. How often do you see that when it's not when the gold heart in question isn't a sacrificial altar or something? Moriarty is apparently decided that he's got the hots for an herbivore. I never would have expected that from a fox. Here we are. And Timber...
Wait,
well, he hasn't tried...
Moriarty's fallen in love?
I can't believe we're just reiterating the plot of Beastars.
and Timber hasn't tried to smite me for heresy, despite that I've raised multiple undead right in front of him.
Wait, back up. Moriarty fell in love?
And then you have Kemo, who's completely fallen short. fallen short of the expectations that his father set for him. She is not addressing that topic.
Okay, let's see here.
You know what? Here, I'm going to offer you a perception check real quick, Zim.
Sure.
At why it is that she's going out of her way to dodge that question.
Oh, no. It'll be something else. Now, let's see. You know, like us, you swear that you can smell Moriarty on Rose's backpack.
Ah. Oh, so you and Moriarty are... Huh. A lot has changed.
We all do things that, like I said, we're all flawed individuals. You're among good company. And it's because we work together that we can compensate for each other's shortcuts. When you fuck up, it just gives you a chance to be better next time.
Okay, we'll be back soon.
Now, if you don't mind, I have skies to conquer because I was about to say you have no idea how liberating this is, but you've actually flown before, so you know exactly how liberating it is.
I like how the Martens are like, wow, Moriarty fell in love? We need to get back.
There's juicy gossip about.
Lakos is going to sprout wings and take off into the air.
Alright.
He's going to the big temple.
Alright, the one at the foot of the tower?
Yeah.
Rose is actually going to pursue, just for the sake of flight practice. He's going to attempt to do formation flying.
Oh no, we've driven the Martens to prayer.
Oh,
we drove
no.
Moriarty to drinking. We're driving Gar away from his religion. We're driving the twins into religion.
Meanwhile,
No,
Timbo's
he's not. He's not going there to pray.
Oh no.
Fortune telling services, methinks.
By the way, do I need to roll a fly check for maintaining position behind Lakos?
Let me ask this. Alright, Zim, what does it say for your flying thing? What does it give you?
So it comes from 5th edition where they don't have a fly skill.
Yep.
So for
Natural
him,
flight.
yeah, it's basically natural flight for him.
Yeah, but I mean, like, does it take after your land movement speed, or does it give its own speed, is what I'm asking.
I don't think it actually specifies, so I'd probably say land speed.
Alright, in that case, yeah, write down that it gives you, your land speed and flight speed, and that you have average maneuverability. Which basically means, you just get standard shit.
Okay.
Also, your size small, so, also Rose's size small, too. Which means that you get a +2 to flying checks. Because you're lighter and more maneuverable.
Wait, do I get a +2. Oh wait, never mind.
Yeah,
I
you
just
do.
realized my total is
You do.
-2, but I have -4 because of my armor, so it's already applying it.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that everyone like has that. Your sheet should automatically calculate it as long as you put your correct size into your sheet, but you know.
You know, the more I keep seeing how my stats are being affected by the armor, the more that I'm contemplating just giving the chainmail shirt to one of the skeletons.
I mean, you could, but it's also bumping up your armor, your AC a fair amount.
Did Timber just roll higher than me on a flight check?
Yeah.
No, I
This
have
is
to roll a new one for this new scene here.
Tanya.
Oh my god.
This is how it goes. When you want something smart done, something requiring intelligence, you call the fighter. When you want something involving strength done, you call the wizard. Because they always
Yeah.
succeed on those rolls.
Yeah. So I rolled a 0 while trying to formation fly behind the Marten.
Yeah. You're finding it very difficult to determine exactly where the the 0 neutral position is for the legs right now.
It'll take some
So,
getting used to. Translate
yeah,
the
you're
next
not
time I level
really
up, I'm dumping
gliding.
points. The next time I level up, I'm dumping points into that unless I can actually have that be dedicated training for the character to bump that stat up.
Okay, so we are doing background downtime activities. I remember I said this. It's just that we haven't had much downtime activity because everyone just wants to keep doing stuff instead of hitting the fast forward for a couple weeks. But you are able to retrain your skill points.
So I can pull points out of something else and put them into flight?
Yeah.
All right.
I specifically already gave the twins 1 rank in flight.
Yeah. So, there's a list of stated downtime activities, which is adding spells to your spell book, getting an alibi, blackmail, coercing someone, constructing a building, which is technically what the twins are doing because a road counts, but they're more actively doing it than instead of downtime. Crafting, magic or mundane, doing a day's work, police work, gathering information, healing others, pulling off a heist, infiltrating an area. If you have land that you personally own that has people on it, you're able to lead that, run a business, replace animal companions and familiars, recruit people to your cause, which is kind of what Kemo did. But he was just recruiting orphans. You can do spell research to make your own spell, or to learn an existing spell that you've heard of but don't have a source for. Research, and you can retrain, and you can do all kinds of shit.
All right. That's something I'll keep in mind.
Yeah. So I didn't even read out. I skipped over items. But for the list of things that you can retrain, you can retrain class levels, ability score increases, archetypes, class feature, in case you don't like, your class features that you chose. If you have to choose one or another. You can retrain your feats. If you roll for HP and you didn't get a good roll,
Speaking of good rolls, something I just realized, I keep neglecting that I have fortune.
Yeah.
But since Lakos already rolled the response to that, then too late for using fortune on that?
I wouldn't say so. I was just rolling.
Yeah.
I don't know if
You-
Lakos actually needed to roll.
Yeah, okay. Again, guys, you don't need to roll to like actually just fly.
Oh, I was just flexing my skills.
Yeah.
I was
The only
just
thing that I was checking to see is if you guys had like an extreme mismatch in speed. Rose, you're technically faster in flight, but you know.
So yeah, I'm just having issues, like you said, finding the relevant speed.
Yeah.
Because it's basically a bomber. It has a stall velocity, and that's an issue.
Yeah. And so you guys are just kind of like flying around, and Rose is like, how the fuck do I work this? But you're not like about to drop to the earth like a stone because of that roll. But yeah, so you can like re-roll your hit points if you get like let's say you get roll like a d10 and you get a 1. It takes 3 days to re-roll a single hit point die. Well, not re-roll, but like you increase your HP by 1. But this is a way like during downtime to increase the HP of your character in case like, you know, you're like, aha, yeah, I have almost no health because I'm rolling like shit.
Yeah. So basically, training.
Yeah. But for retraining skills, what you do is you retrain your skill ranks for 5 days. And when the training period ends, you reassign a number of skill points equal to your intelligence bonus with a minimum of 1.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, so you can just straight up like change your skills around a lot. Timber though, Timber knows what he knows, and then that's about it.
The only ideas I have are those that were issued to me.
True.
I mean,
Why
good
would
to
I
know.
need anything else?
And for people who are spellcasters, like Moriarty, you know, you could just retrain the spells that you know. So you can just
All
pick
right.
up new spells if you really want to.
So following them to the temple then.
All right, what are you doing at the temple there?
Are there any open windows that he can just fly into?
Most of the windows are like intricate stained glass, but there are a couple normal ones that are kind of used for like airflow purposes. So yeah.
He's just gonna fly through one of them and go land near the altar or whatever is in there.
With the difficulties Rose has been having, she's not going to attempt that. She will land out front and walk in the front door.
Bird in the building.
Woes of the sky, watch out for that incredibly expensive stained glass window!
I'm just imagining the scene where it's like, you know, the one of the twins just flies in like, you know, natural born flyer, graceful as all hell, and then you see like a growing shadow on the stained glass window as Rose just like completely like kicks in through and
You just
like
hear a loud,
shatters
you hear a
glass
loud,
everywhere and like lands
you
in the
just
Family
you
Guy
just hear
death
a loud
pose.
you hear a loud thump, and there's a silhouette of displaced bricks on the wall next to the window.
Ears and everything. Like a Looney Tunes show.
So it's gonna take her a couple moments to catch up because yeah, she's going in the front door.
Well, Lakos is in there. Hello? He's looking around for like the head priest or such.
Yeah. So there is someone that is already at the altar.
Perfect. He's gonna climb up onto the altar. Hi.
Yes. Hello.
I need training for whatever it's needed for doing the marriage thing.
Atonement.
You want to be able to officiate a marriage?
Yeah, that.
I think Temple can actually do that.
You're a captain, so yes, you legally can.
Well, I meant just for being a paladin.
Well, yeah, but I mean also because you're a ship captain, so you can also officiate marriages.
Yeah, but the twins are the twins probably would not know that, but they do have a general idea that yeah, people need to be able to officiate.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, the priest is going to explain that, it's not really in their god's portfolio to do the whole marriage thing. And that they specifically, don't do it because of the whole connotations with, like, fortune telling and all that.
So where can I go to learn that?
Yes, you need to find, so I do know that there are other priests occupying that, either permanent or temporary residents down in the city who do more of those sorts of services. Now, they will occasionally, want to rent out our church, or at least a part of it, in order to do a grand wedding ceremony, but we as priests do not.
Okay, where can I find one?
I would try at an inn located, and then they're gonna like think for a second, and then point you to one of the inns that you've seen around because it's like near the main thoroughfare, but Moriarty's never gone in it, so you haven't really gone into it to like fetch him or anything.
Thank you. And he's gonna take off, launch himself off of the altar back towards the door. I'm just imagining that Rosalia is just getting through the door as just a brown blur goes whooshing past her.
Yep, I was actually about to narrate that happening.
Well, don't let me stop you.
Oh no, that's fine. Like, because that's basically all that was going to happen. Rose opens up the door and whoosh.
She starts she comes in the door, starts walking out the room, immediately whooshes right past her, like, son of a mother. You know what? I'm not getting paid enough for this. I'm not getting paid anything for this. I'm going back to the ship. Screw this. I spoke my piece. It's a good idea to come back. I don't know what the fuck they're doing right now because I didn't hear that conversation. I'm going back to the ship.
So you don't remember to get your gold exchanged?
Oh shit! That's the thing. Okay, I would be making a side step at the bank.
All right.
Just getting some gold exchanged for copper.
Alrighty. How much do you want exchanged?
First,
actually, you know what? It doesn't matter. Just like change around the numbers so that way you still have the same amount of total currency.
Okay, so it was 83 that you gave me, Gar.
Rank up. Hold
30.
the line. This hamlet
30.
shall
I was
not
thinking
fall.
80. Oh, that's how much of the
83 is what the Marten
Furry's rated my stream with 7 viewers.
VG Varys, thank you very much for that raid, and welcome everyone. How was your stream? Plugging away at a mega dungeon? Nice. Well, welcome on in. We're in the middle of some shenanigans going on. 2 of our players are about to get married here in the near future. One of the players is going off to be able to officiate the wedding, get training for that. It's going to be a great time. Welcome in, though, everybody. We do all manner of tabletop games here. Earlier today, we had a World of Darkness mage game. Otherwise, throughout the week, we have an Exalted game, this Pathfinder game, and we've got a couple of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon tabletop campaigns. So do make sure you all hit that follow button and come join us again. And for those already here, share the love with VG Varus. And in addition to the tabletop games, we do all sorts of other things as well. Against the Storm. What else have I been doing recently? I can never remember. Against the Storm is one. We've got my partner's been doing Five Nights at Freddy's here on the channel. There's been some Arma 3, American Truck Sim, all sorts of stuff here on the channel. So do make sure you all come check out. And thank you so much for sharing your community, Varus. We're going to go ahead and get back into the game now, but I will be in the chat.
So to round out my intended actions for however the pieces fall for other people's actions, Rose will be, when she gets back to the ship, will be giving 100 copper pieces to the test pilot.
All right. They will accept this and then promptly put it into the dragon pile.
I kind of figured.
I will update the dragon pile's total. We have now broken
Basically
6,000.
So yeah, we're just continuing to build the Dragon's Hoard, but the donations get to be in the Kobold's name, so they're, getting in early.
Well, yeah, no, that's why they want it to be paid in copper specifically so they can donate to the dragon.
Well, I mean, the twins have been putting in there too.
Yeah.
Actually, oh shit, that actually just reminded me of something I was thinking about doing. How much would it cost to get a locking treasure chest?
Oh, like just a regular, like how high security do you want this chest?
Nothing extravagant.
So
just
nothing
just
extravagant.
a simple. Yeah, just a simple. It's locked, so that means you should stay out.
Okay, so you just want like a simple lock.
Yeah.
Have you seen Don't Starve?
Okay, so what size chest do you want?
I should have assumed they come in different sizes.
Yeah, they're small, medium, large, and huge.
I'll go with medium.
Medium.
No,
All
get
right.
the gargantuan chest.
No. I'm doing a thing. Something that I was planning on doing ever since we began the relocating to the new ship, and I kept forgetting to do it until just now.
And do you want a normal chest or a treasure chest? Treasure chests are specially treated to be water resistant.
I'll
and,
make it a
they're tougher.
Just a regular locking chest.
All right. So, a medium chest is medium is 4 cubic feet with 15 HP and a break DC of 23. So, you can put in 4 cubic feet of material into it. And they do come with a simple inset lock. And what a simple lock does is that it it does not want to tell me what the lock does. It's like, hey, it has a lock. Okay, cool. What does the lock do?
The lock keeps people out.
Yeah, well, it does.
The Chaos Lord himself has returned.
Well, I just need to know how much it costs to know whether I can even afford the thing.
Yeah. I'm letting you know like what you're buying. So a simple luck has a pick DC of 20.
All right.
As for the cost of this, it would be 5 gold.
All right. I'm going to get that. And a copper. So I'll be spending a little bit of time in town now. I'll be getting that. And a copper chain.
All right, like a necklace chain.
A necklace chain,
Or-
yes.
Okay. I just wanted to
You
make
see
sure
where
you
I'm
weren't
going with
asking
this.
for like actual chain.
Yeah, no. Do you see where I'm going with this, though?
A bit.
So,
Okay.
a copper necklace chain, that would be, what, another gold?
How much? I've never like specifically purchased like a non-magical necklace in Pathfinder. Let me see
Oh
what
my-
that even.
Why is it
What
every time I
is-
have an idea, it requires math? Every time
No,
I have an
it's not
idea,
math, I'm
Darius
Googling
has to
real
do
quick.
math. Or research, whatever.
Anyways,
Because Pathfinder, most people want magic items instead of plain.
yeah. So, because you want it out of copper, that lowers cost, so it's 5 silver.
Alright, so. Down to 15 gold.
But yeah, so you
and
definitely do want to buy
12
that chest,
silver.
right?
Yes. So.
Roll me a perception check.
If I can find the damn tab, there we go. $27.
The shopkeeper definitely seems nervous about something, but you're not sure what.
Yeah. Can I press him to ask what's going on with him? Why he's being twitchy?
Oh, you can. You know, that'd be a sense motive. He seems to really want to get rid of this chest.
That bodes very poorly. And I'm assuming it would be the only one he has in stock if he's really trying to get rid of it.
It's the only one he has outright.
Is there any particular reason that you seem so eager to get rid of this? I've seen cheery shopkeepers before, but your head's about to fall off if you smile any wider.
Oh, it's just because I've had a little bit of a string of bad luck recently. So, you know, just making a sale like this is great.
I'm going to be gifting this to a dragon. If anything happens to that dragon, I will be telling them where I bought it.
His smile definitely strains, but they don't say anything.
Just squint a bit, slide the money over.
All right, yeah, it takes the money and it fucks off, like goes into his back room.
I'm going to make a mental note of which shop that was before returning to the ship.
All right.
Because there's a certain part of the back of her mind that is legitimately curious, and if something goes sideways, it'd be kind of fun to watch a pissed off dragon chasing a guy through his own shop. So yeah, she'll be giving the copper to the kobolds and asking one of them to act as translator for her, so she can present the chest to the dragon as a means of keeping his hoard safe during the transfer between ships.
All right. One of the like, well, not one of them, like all of them will offer. So which one do you want to do it?
Oh, the test pilot. He's earned a little recognition.
All right. In that case, he's gonna like very animatedly like translate to the dragon for you, and the dragon is gonna like give the chest like a very hard look and kind of poke it a couple times. Come on, roll. Leg, I dislike you. Oh, hey, the dice finally moved.
Yay, lag.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. All right. So, what ends up happening is that the dragon doesn't put anything inside of it, but he does kind of like scooch it over like right next to the horde. Like, back against the wall, like right next to it. And all that he really says that gets translated through the kobold is that they're happy for the insurance.
For the insurance. Did I just buy a mimic?
Mayhaps.
I mean, it would be a way to keep the horde safe. Wait, is it? Oh my god, if it came with a key, then it's a tamed mimic.
It was influence from Jaffer.
Oh my god. You know what? I'm okay with this. I'm 100% okay with this. We are acquiring more pets by the day.
And this is why the shopkeeper was like, please get this away from me. And why he's like, dragons are fine with having, trapped things around, right? Right.
Yeah. So inadvertently, I ended up getting something even better than a chest.
Technically, yeah.
So we're back at the boat now?
Yeah, back at the boat, and that's all of my scenes done until time catches up.
Yep.
Now, as long as the mimic doesn't eat the trap.
Alright, by the time Woes gets back, Temple's got like a bunch of little papers, right, laying down on the deck. And he's probably got like a pebble on each of them to keep it from like getting flown away in the wind. And he's like walking over the top of it, discussing with his men how they're gonna go through the town and hand out flyers, looking for the Marten twins. And he's got like big ass pictures that he drew himself, of course, of Lacos and Leos,
Lycos and Lakos.
Lycos and Lacos. And he's got like a pointer stick, and he kind of does that like general thing where it's like tucked under his under his armpit. Yeah. And then he'll eventually point at something and just start balking out orders. And then he finally goes, "And Buddhist, you're gonna stand here," points at the right next to the door that leads to his place, "and look menacing."
Solemn nod.
if anyone asks you where the rest of the Wolven, we're on search and not destroy. Yeah, search and not destroy. Oh, buddies. A recovery operation.
Yeah, this is the scene that you're coming back to, Rose.
He's organizing a search party.
A search and not destroy party.
Yeah. You also see a field of hand-drawn timber pictures of the twins.
I would have a chance to intercept this before they leave.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if you want to.
Actually, after giving it a bit of thought, I'm not going to intercede in this. I'm going to hope that the Martens encounter Timber desperately searching the town and turning everything upside down, trying to find them. Because it'll show them how important they are to Timber.
Well,
So
Rose just started a political incident.
Yeah, so Temple, Randolph, and Ulf, and whoever else wants to come.
I'm sure
this
the
whole time.
Martens have a plan. They need their time alone.
Roll a sense motive for me real quick, Timber. This is relating to your underlings, by the way.
Okay.
Oh shit, I'm withholding information. That would trigger his... Oh no.
Be right back.
Just +1. Well, terrible.
Well, you also get the +2, I think, from your...
I thought that was just +1 if I'm trying to sense motive.
Benefit, you gain a +2 trait bonus on sense motive checks to detect when an underling is trying to hide something from you.
Oh, okay.
Exactly what's going on here, too.
Yeah.
Well, should I roll bluff?
Bluff or deception?
Deception's a thing?
Or,
I don't... It's
is
not
it?
listed
No,
on my
I'm so used to saying deception because I have so many things that... So many systems that run with deception.
Oh no! Oh no!
Timber,
You know,
Rose has the absolute sign of someone that, like, knows something and is not saying it.
Timber will just, stop what he's doing, looks at all, and just goes, I am disappointed in you, and marches off. You know what you did.
Fuck you, I've got good motives. Resuming my task, which I guess at that point in time would be delivering the... I don't know it yet, it's a mimic to the dragon.
Yeah, you're delivering the completely normal chest that you just got your dragon crewmate.
Like how we're just... Eventually, when we get into the... Because eventually we will end up on yet another ship after we advance beyond the adventure galley. The lower decks are just going to be a dungeon, aren't they? It's going to be full of skeletons and kobolds and mimics. And there'll be a dragon's horde at the end.
Hey, Taldarius. As soon as Tipper says I'm disappointed in you, it just a little blip comes up. It's like Buddhist, Randolph, and Ulf -1 respect.
The Wolven will remember this.
The Wolven will remember this.
Timber disliked that.
Changed. Yeah, Timber just like that.
Yeah.
Fuck you, I'm doing it for the right reasons. I was honestly expecting more of a reaction than that.
Just disappointment.
Martens need shore leave.
I think it's just really funny that, like, you know, technically speaking, detect disobedience has now had an actual important legitimate use.
The Wolven will remember that. So yeah,
But
they're
yeah.
just gonna start going out throughout the town, handing out flowers and putting them up and looking under and over things.
All right.
But not like
I
super
would.
harassing anybody too much. Just the walking by. Have you seen this?
All right. I will say that absolutely this is something that, like, I feel like the twins could probably notice coming from, like, a while away.
Yeah. I mean,
Rank up.
3 large
Hold the
creatures
line.
walking through the
This
town,
hamlet shall not
handing
fall.
papers out and putting it up.
Jetal_Hard has
Occasionally
raided my
calling.
stream with 13
Hold on, Timber,
viewers.
hold on.
Yeah, I see.
Zim? I think Zim might be AFK.
Zim might have stepped away to grab something. So, and
I did step away. What is it, Jettle? With every single time you raid me, it happens to be right when I've stepped away.
Clearly he
He's
has
using
hidden
the restroom.
cameras.
Quick, let's raid him.
He has hidden cameras, he knows.
Anyways, Jettle, thank you so much for that raid. Welcome in, everybody. If you are not familiar with Jettle, you definitely need to go check them out. They are a fantastic artist. Yeah, I was lurking for it, Zorkit. Didn't see if any of my stuff got done tonight, but, you know. Definitely go check out Jettle. Welcome in, everybody. I am Razim. We do all sorts of things here. Right now, we're doing our Ascent to Ascend Pathfinder game. And, yeah, we do all sorts of things. Lots of various video games, Arma 3 Against the Storm, and then a lot of tabletop. We've got our Pathfinder game here. Earlier today, we had World of Darkness Mage. And then we've got a couple of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon tabletop games, and an Exalted game. So make sure you all hit that follow button and come join us again. And for those already here, like I said, go check out Jettle. They're a fantastic artist. Very cute art style. I highly recommend them. I'll be in the chat, yeah, carry on. As for the posters, the twins probably would notice, or Lycos wouldn't notice, but Lakos would, as he's flying to the inn that he was pointed to.
Mhm.
For the record, I'm going to bring this up just because it has to be brought up. These are the posters that Timber is putting up and showing people all around town.
He can't read and write in common, only in celestial.
Yeah, but you know, through Wolven vision, it's actually a very detailed. Like when Randolph and Ulf look at it, it's like a perfect depiction of them.
Yeah, opening and closing the helmet, it's like the sunglasses scene in They Live.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was more thinking Pyrovision, but you know.
Like if any of the other Wolven saw one of the twins, they would instantly. Obviously, they seen him before, but especially since the Jägermeister gave him a flash picture that they will never forget.
But yeah, so what do the twins want to do about this?
Lakos is going to keep his distance. He's not going up to Timber. But he is going to go down and get a closer look at one of the posters that was put up.
It's definitely handmade by Timber.
It's written in Celestial, so you can actually know. It's like missing. Have you seen?
Okay, so
And for
it's
some-
not him
and for some-
failing at writing in common. It actually is Celestial that he wrote it in.
Yeah, it actually is Celestial. Temple just also has terrible handwriting.
Then
Yeah.
Rose would have actually recognized the proper missing posters then, because she can
Yeah.
read and write in Celestial.
Oh yeah,
I mean, they
It's
still
just
look like they were
Temple
made
off-
with crayon, but
yeah. Temple also has terrible handwriting, but I mean, with someone with that massive of a paw trying to draw in such a small thing,
Yeah. Like, yeah, you try to write in like 5p font and see how well you can do it.
yeah. And for some reason, Temple knows his new name today.
that's just one of those Timber superpowers right there.
Yeah.
Well, I figured that their weird super duper magical thing that changes their name every day, that anybody who knows them personally just automatically gets the update.
Downloading update.
Reality itself that restructures every day around the new names.
Yeah, but I do have. So, I do have an important thing that's actually happening around where this inn is. So this is visual. Anyone there? Which is Timber and I forget if it was Lycos or Lakos, but one of the twins gets to roll perception.
I realized that I never actually wrote down or copied over Lakos's languages that he knows.
I know you guys know Celestial though.
Yeah.
Like everyone knows Celestial.
Lakos knows Celestial. Lycos does not.
It's
But
almost as
they
if we're in a
share.
campaign that's about. It's almost as if we're in a game. Yeah. It's
Campaign.
almost as if we're in a campaign that's going to involve talking to a lot of gods or something.
Yeah, I know. Strange that.
I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin.
You said perception.
Yep, perception.
Perception.
And this is visual. Lakos, you see the shipwright shaking hands with a dwarf and looking mighty satisfied.
Oh no. The beardless dwarf, isn't it?
No, it's an actual normal dwarf.
Okay, okay. I was worried. It was him.
Lakos is going to warp onto the shipwright's shoulder. Hi!
Oh. Hi. Where you?
What was that about?
Where'd you come from? Oh,
This
just
guy.
I was talking with one of my old buddies here, and just got a rather good deal on something. You see, there was a bit of a problem going on. No damn metal, because the city requisitioned basically all of it that they could, and then when the marshal came in, they requisitioned the rest. So I was trying to get my hands on some metal for the ship, and one of my old business partners just gave me quite the interesting offer.
I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin.
I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean, I always pick it because I'm a paladin. I mean
Oh, that sounds good.
Oh, it is. I'm gonna have fun with this one. Now, I have an important question for you. Those, that Wolven captain of yours, what does it look like when one of their helmets open up?
Lakos is going to send along the mental image of what that looks like.
Yeah, like when like that. Okay. Noted. Oh, I got a good idea for this one.
Tibble doxed in real time.
True. But this was specifically for, like, like the eating hatch one. For, like, the front of it.
Yeah.
Why do you ask?
I think I'll keep this one a nice surprise for you guys.
Oh, okay. Well, anything else you need?
Nope. Although if you come by my shipyard in a couple days, I'll be able to show you what my idea is that I'm doing and all that. It won't delay the final product. I just want to show this off.
We'll be there.
Once again, high int, low whiz characters. They're interesting. There's something so fishy going on, but they're clueless.
Like their wisdom
it's not
isn't
like Temple hides his face all the time.
Their wisdom isn't terrible, but there's certain aspects of general society that they don't understand. That I take into account with their responses. Like, for example, Timber not wanting his face shown to anybody. They don't understand that. I'm headed in here, so I'll see you in a few days then.
Yep, see you then. I got a delivery to accept. And then he has like a big grin like behind his beard, and he's like rubbing his hands together.
God, he's acting shady.
I know, right?
Terrible things are going to happen to me, but this is okay.
Terrible or wonderful? One of the two.
Well, if it's wonderful, then Timble's going to be very depressed. Because he doesn't.
Yeah, which is also bad.
Yeah.
So it's a lose-lose, just like Timber loves.
Yep. This is why Wolven can never be defeated. We will find a way to hate it.
So what's Gar and Moriarty been up to this whole time?
Can Timbo walk in as soon as the Marten's out? Have you seen him?
So yeah, I would love to know that too.
He's turned into a cell phone. Oh no!
What's going on?
They asked what I was doing.
It's the me channel.
Yeah.
Oh,
why are you?
okay.
It's the we me channel.
Yeah, why?
They asked what I was doing.
Right now, I'm just imagining that Moriarty is running through a field of flowers, just sparkles everywhere. I'm in love to everybody that he sees.
Ignore the red dot. It's not a sniper. He's perfectly safe. Take the shot.
Poor,
Take the shot.
poor Brutus just watching him act a fool on the deck.
And I was just imagining the alternative meme of the Wee Bowling Strike. I'm sure you know the one.
Actually, I know a couple, so
I
you'll need
do
to
not.
clarify.
Oh my. Okay, I'll send it. I'll send it later.
It's been 4 hours.
I'll have to
since
dig
I
it up
saw
on my
that
phone.
Anyways, so Moriarty's just kind of idling then?
More or less.
Okay.
I got nothing really going on right now. I don't like the last thing I wanted to do was to go on that adventure for this treasure map that we've had for 3 fucking sessions.
Look, it's been like a day and a half, and you guys just keep wanting to do shit like immediately, and I'm like, okay, you can keep doing
To be
stuff,
fair,
but it's
not
more
only is
sessions
Rose-
until you get your boat.
Not only is Rose all set to go, but she really, really wants to try out the whole flying rat swarm idea, which requires enemies to try it out on. As much as I would love to continue testing things on my allies, weapons tests. I don't know. I think Timber might be okay with that.
Bam, 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 bam! You halt! Not good enough.
So how about this?
It
How about
hurt.
this?
His arm just falls off.
After putting 2 and 2 together, that she had inadvertently purchased a mimic, she's just kind of edging away from the dragon's horde and goes to find Moriarty to ask him about the map. There, that's where her day continued from that point, and it picks up his.
Huzzah!
Fun! Right, Boo?
Oh no.
Hey, Orca.
Squeak.
Wait to see what Orca redeemed.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to deny that because that's already gonna be a thing.
Neat.
I figured as much.
Yeah.
Gar, what are you doing?
Wanted to get a bunch of orphans to go raid a certain spot of Adric's Rest.
Right, you've been pushing for that. So we've got a raid and a treasure map.
Yeah.
So then, yeah, fuck
And
it. That's
then-
what Rose will be doing after she puts all that together. It's like Rose, Moriarty, and Gar discussing, how best to embark upon this expedition. I'm assuming the treasure map leads somewhere nearby.
It's
Hopefully.
pretty nearby.
Yeah.
Obviously you'd need a boat for it, and your boat is already kind of like in a thing where like some key parts have already been like partially stripped out, but like not entirely. So you could technically take your boat out. I don't know if it'd be the best idea.
Might not make it back.
Might not make it back, but you could definitely take the
Yeah.
boat out.
We could have that be the maiden voyage for the new ship.
Yeah, I mean, good
All
luck
right.
getting Timbo to move that ship. The only thing more stubborn than getting that ship out would be moving Timbo right now.
Yeah. So then, you know what? Yeah. Then, since Gar makes a very good pitch, she'd be getting prepared for the road.
So who's pulling the wagon
Timber.
this time?
Yeah, our
Go ahead.
Go on. Well, our designated mule kind of ran off trying to find the Martens, which I already know where they're at. but I want him to be the one to find them, so that way they realize just how much he misses them. Now that I say it out loud, it sounds really stupid.
We have to understand the Martens need shore leave just like everybody else.
I just hope that everything goes smoothly when they inevitably cross paths. There's no way that they're not going to hear him coming.
Wait, was there something wrong with the twins? I'll believe you, Scar.
Pure of heart, dumb of ass.
By the way, Zim Boy Me Bob, do you want high or low?
Hi.
Why?
Since they've been
Okay.
saying that to so many people.
Yeah. So it turns out that you could get very quickly pointed to, like, the priest that's in this inn. And it actually turns out that religious marriage rites and ceremonies and all that are you know how some people get like randomly obsessed with like one obscure topic and then like that's just their thing?
Oh no.
That's this guy with marriage ceremonies.
Oh god.
On a D100 of how knowledgeable he is, he got a 100. You have found the marriage guy.
We found the love guru. The ship gods have spoken.
Please tell me he's like dressed like Elvis.
Well, I put the spell for ceremony in Ascent to Ascend for everybody.
Now listen here, little lady. He loves you. He loves you something fierce.
Wasn't here, little lady.
With the glasses and everything.
Lakos is just going to be like, how about this? I could just take the information from your head.
So basically, obviously, he's gonna like ask questions about like if this is something that will let him have his memories still.
Oh yeah,
because the last time he agreed to something like that, he was busy trying to do a ceremony for some fae, and that was a very confusing month for him.
Never trust a fae.
No, nothing like that. It's just much faster than talking.
Then he'll agree.
And Lakos is going to add him to the collective of him and the twins.
Yep, he'll allow it.
And then they rip everything from his mind.
Violently or mental copying? There's a difference.
The most traumatizing thing he can do.
Non-violently.
Okay, because for a second there I was worried you were going mind flayer on Elvis, which is a brand new sentence.
Now, I will say that you do get the information you're looking for. The problem is that you get way more information than you bargained for.
Like trying to drink out of a fire hose?
Well, not
Wall
only
gobble,
that,
wall gobble.
but it seems that this specific person has a lot of first-hand knowledge about marriage ceremonies. Including some rather far-off and strange ones. And So now the Martens have a copy of a lot of innocence ruining material in their head.
You accidentally copied his porn folder?
Well, he's gone out and experienced a lot of the more far out there marriage ceremonies. So...
Yeah, so you copied his porn folder. Congratulations.
They take one brief look at that and seal it off in a very dark, deep corner of their minds, never to see their active thoughts again.
Meanwhile,
Welcome
Orc
to-
Commander's munching popcorn.
Welcome to Lamashtu ceremony.
And then just the line of Timbo going, seeking knowledge is very dangerous.
Timber was right. Oh god, Timber was right.
I feel dirty.
Ignorance is the best defense.
Blessed is the mind too small to doubt.
Yes. Ignorance is bliss, and I'm euphoric.
But yeah, so you now have in-depth knowledge of a lot of marriage ceremonies.
Great. I'm going to need a written out list of all of those for later use.
Oh my god.
You see, I could do that, but I'm not.
Oh.
You guys are already fucking planning a marriage ceremony. They haven't even technically gone on a first date yet.
Yeah,
Look, if it does come up, I will, like, in the moment, literally tell you everything you need to know about a ceremony. I'm just letting you know that, you know.
Well, the reason why I was saying that is when the time comes, they're literally going to be like, well, we could do this ceremony or that ceremony or that ceremony or that ceremony, and literally describe everything in rapid fire succession.
Meanwhile, just eye twitching. Slowly raises sight with malicious intent.
Yeah. See, Rose wants to do the woven ceremony where you fight each other and then you make puppies.
You just
Oh,
cut the new
Timber is
puppies
so
off of
innocent.
your partner.
That's
No.
not how... What, are they made of Play-Doh or something? What the fuck? That's not how that works.
At least we still wear our helmets.
Okay, I'll give you, like, a rapid-fire list at one point, so that way you can do that, but I'm not going to detail out every single marriage ceremony in the world.
I am
I'm
100% okay with less work for me and just being like, all right, there he is. Now's your moment. Go for it.
I'm just desperate for this to move on to the next scene now.
Marriage.
Alright, so you now have the knowledge from the possibly overly promiscuous priest, and, yeah.
Everybody just needs love, baby.
Lakos is just going to shudder and go back. He's going to head towards the door, and then he's going to be like, does that mean I can officiate the weddings now?
I mean, may want to get someone who can cast ceremony to make it, like, magically official, but yeah.
Okay. Then he's going looking for a spell store. A scroll shop.
And then as soon as the Marten leaves, Randolph comes in. Have you seen him?
Have you seen them? Shoves paper in someone's face too close for them to see it.
Yeah.
Calm down, son. It's just a drawing.
just big old beefcake just comes bulging through the door. Have you seen him?
One of Kerr's protection himbos.
Now this one, I would love to see how he performs in that. Ooh, yeah, that marriage ceremony. Oh.
Slurping since asleep from Zim.
I'm gonna get the spray bottle if you don't quit it.
Hello, Kazun. My coordinates are 0, 7, 8, 9.
Fire on my position, please.
Fire. Danger close. Fire for effect. It was auto solving. Broken arrow. May
I'm
the
sorry,
Empress
this is now
May
an
the
ASMR
Empress have
stream.
mercy on our souls.
Timber died as he lived, terrified by chaotic horrors beyond recognition.
It was a worthy sacrifice.
All right. So
Somebody
you know
please
that's
click
the twins getting their knowledge. That's the twins getting their knowledge. They have avoided talking to the woman. So, is there anything else that you guys want to do before it's time for, like, a little bit more, like, time fast forwarding?
Rose, Star, and Moriarty getting ready for heading back to Adric's Rest. She will be sourcing a cart.
We have a call.
Well, then she'll be taking our cart and getting it ready for the road.
All right.
On the boat. The
So,
guy who put it on the boat
just packing up supplies and all that.
Yeah.
So I'll include you guys having, like, food supplies for the trip, for, like, whatever amount of people you bring, appropriate water supplies, stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
So, are we bringing the priests along?
We're not
I'd say
gonna bring the
bring-
kids on adventure.
I would say if we do, we only bring one. Leave the other ones with the ships and the kids.
And all the kids to help loot?
Yeah, but how much of that loot would end up actually finding its way back to the cart? A lot of deep pockets. Just saying, I'm not quite ready yet to risk them in a potential combat environment or a potential booby trap environment.
I guess I could have the wolven babysit them.
There you go.
At least I'll be safe with 3 guys over them.
The conscripts aren't yet ready for field deployment. They're still being trained.
Didn't Timber say that he was going to train him by rolling him down a hill?
I don't recall seeing a hill by Adric's Rest.
There's no reason to bring them. Boom. Logic.
Fact
The
and
hill-
logic.
There was the hill, because it was where Mr. Guy on the undead horse was standing when we saw the
Oh,
fires.
yeah.
There's that
Yeah.
one hill. Small hill.
It's not even big enough to throw somebody down. It doesn't count.
And on the other side of that hill was where the bastion was.
We'll find a proper hill.
Just as a reminder,
Plus-
the other place was called the Tomb of Adric, because, that was where Adric was,
Yeah.
buried in a
Plus, I
tomb.
want Kemo to be here so he can freak out.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, we have been running for a while now.
Yeah.
So, do
Yeah.
you guys want to want to wrap up or just
more?
Well, I mean, we could close out with everybody meeting back up at the ship, so we can actually have the reunion of the twins and Timber, and then we can start next session with embarking on the trip to Adric's Rest.
And Sim, it's already 7 hours and a half.
That includes
That's
the
for the total
previous
stream.
game.
We're only at 4 hours.
Oh shit! Yeah, we still got overhead. Plenty of overhead, actually. Holy shit!
Yeah. So there's plenty of overhead. My question was just relating to, if you guys want to like stop for now, so that way, you could try and get Kemo in, or if it's just let's just move on.
We can just assume that he was with us.
All right.
Or wherever he wants to be.
Yeah, he can fly. He can fly. He can fly. He can fly.
Must be nice to fly.
It is.
Alright.
Meow.
In that case, I'm gonna call a quick break just so I can get some water, and then we can take the kids on a field trip.
I'm gonna get some snacks and coffee.
Well,
while
we're on this,
I know. I'm just making a joke about you guys.
Those of you watching the stream, can you see a closed caption button? Because I just found out that's apparently something that's built into Twitch, and I'm trying to figure out how to enable it if I need for it. Because I wanted that.
I don't see any closed captions.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah, I don't see any options for closed caption. So it's like AI procedurally generated or something?
Yeah. As a broadcaster, if you want to offer captions to your audience, you will need to transmit caption files in
Whoa, saying no button.
Oh, so you have to actually have... It's not AI generated, it's actually caption files for sync. So that's like for pre-recorded stuff, which kind of defeats the purpose of streaming.
I've seen some streamers with the closed captioning auto start thing, but that's a different app.
They might be doing that. They might be doing that at their end though, rather than at Twitch's end.
Yeah.
No, he says that he... Because, like, I just noticed that Seda has them, and I was yelling at him for shouting me out earlier. Speaking of, here, two can play that game. There.
Scout Wars.
Go follow Seda. So there's a web captioner plugin.
That's a third-party piece of software that does it then?
Looks like it. Okay, so I already have the WebSocket. I got OBS Studio, obviously. Oh, I'd have to read... Oh, wait, that's after I download and install those. Okay. Go to Tools. Hopefully I can enable this while I'm streaming. We might crash the stream. We'll see. Tools and that.
Hey, if you crash the stream... If you crash the stream, that means it's broken into 2 recordings and we can go past the 6-hour mark, right?
Technically, yes.
Crash the stream. Crash the stream.
Okay, so apparently I'm going to have to use this through Google Chrome. OBS Studio. Crap, what was it? We'll throw this to the other screen. I have no idea what the password is. Fudge. Fudge. Why is it blocked out?
Password denied.
I think I know where
You
to...
have 8 more chances until we obliterate your grid coordinates.
Is that really the password? Well, I guess we'll find out.
Keeps, and then you realize the countdown on the
Now,
on the
Zim.
thing doesn't walk correctly.
Now, Zim, remember, you have to mumble the password out loud during the live stream, otherwise it doesn't count.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're right.
Just spam R-A-R-A-R-A-W-R-A, and somehow that works. Wow,
I mean,
really
it's a
good.
randomly generated string of letters and numbers, so... Okay, let's start captioning. Allow? Hey! I think we've got it.
I'm gonna refresh my page to see if it worked.
Hey, and it's grabbing you guys too. It is definitely not accurate.
Oh no, it's not accurate at all. It's closed captioning.
I'm not seeing an option for the closed captions.
Like automatic
Refresh
CC
page.
is never good.
Picture, theater mode. Nope. Advanced? No.
It
I
should
don't
be
see it.
just a CC. You can see it?
I can't.
Oh.
Nope.
I can't.
Well, then again, I am on Opera GX. Let me load it up in Chrome.
Oh yeah,
No, it
I'm
works
also
in
in
Opera.
GX.
It works in Opera GX.
And I'm on Firefox.
I probably don't got it because I'm on my phone.
I'm not seeing anything about subtitles on Chrome either.
Toggle it on/off? Maybe?
But while you're doing that, I'm going to finish with, I was preparing here. Since we have a brief break going, if I'm going to be getting a second wind, I need snacks and coffee. What's my snack? Making a sandwich.
Oh, it's not actually connected.
Yeah, that'll do it. Have you turned it on?
Okay, so it is detecting me. No, go away.
Doesn't like being detected.
It doesn't like being noticed, eh? That's just the kind of thing I like to look for. Things that don't like to be noticed. It's obviously
You created
hiding
the SCP
something.
Foundation.
Redacted.
Can you imagine Timber as an SCP?
He is already.
Redacted.
Let me check the codex.
Also redacted. You know, if you do look at Temple's Codex, there's literally one faction that's literally just black lines.
Yeah, that's the chaos whatever thing, right?
The Void Beast.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and restart the stream real fast.
Imagine you just open one of those pages and it's just all black lines except for one small part in the center that says lobster bisque.
I am definitely really glad that the recording is separate from the streaming. So the recording's still going, but the stream is off.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's off.
Alright, let's start back up.
Based.
Acid,
wait.
acid.
Based.
Okay, I might have
Acid.
to restart or stop the recording. Give me a sec.
I'm broken with how based I was. Fortifications were too
Okay,
strong.
so brief intermission here. We'll have to split this into 2 recordings, everybody. But thank you so much for joining us today for Ascent to Ascend Pathfinder. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more. They're on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is because of your support that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all. I really cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing the stream around. But for now, thank you so much for joining. Remember to subscribe to our YouTube, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.